Because I said I would. Here I am. It's Thursday. I'll do cards. It's been a hell of a week. I know it's not just me, and I know it's a few people kind of having the world on fire right now. Let's go to the classics. I like my classics. But it has been a hell of a week. A hell of a week. They're all still in order. So, let's start with a shuffle. I've got 21 days before I go off to the farm. And what is the farm, pray tell? Well, that's where I retreat to at least once a year to connect with a consistent, generally well-moving energy and vibe. It's kind of like a soul journey, pilgrimage, a journey of the heart and soul. Any number of different things you could term it as. But at the base function of it, it's a bunch of hippies in the trees having a good time at a rave. And music, exotic substances, people of good cheer and good morale. That tends to make for a good weekend no matter who you are. And so Shambhala is the last weekend of July. And I fortunately get to go to both the pre-party, coming up the last weekend of June, as well as I'm on the farm all July long, setting up and getting things ready for the festival party, which is wonderful. I love it there. Lots of sunshine. Mountains on both sides, completely and utterly safe. It is one of the coolest places on the planet. And so, hard to beat. Super hard to beat being out there in the wilds. Canadian wilds have a lot of really cool places like that. Little nooks and crannies where you can go and just sort of sit with the spirit and the energy that's right there. And I encourage people having a regular trip there. Enough to satisfy their own personal spiritual growths, developments, and needs, because any more than that, it becomes an obsession, and obsessions are bad things. Any less than that, well, are you really growing, bro? Are you really spiritualizing into a new state, new form of yourself? Anyway, cards are up. I'm just going to ramble and rant slightly in between requests today, mostly because I've been doing yoga and I swear I pulled a spiritual chakra. It's been something. It's been something, but we're having a good time with it. 38 years old and I never did get into yoga. What the hell was up with that? It's interesting physical practice. The folding parts are definitely getting to me every damn time. And if you do it, let me know, because I would absolutely love some pointers or advice. If you don't do it, you should try it out. Hello, Valeria. Good to see you today. It's just anything, honestly, to keep the spiritual mumble jumble going. And as yoga was something that I had not tried before, I figured, why the heck not? Throw in a nice video on YouTube and just try to mirror the guy as he's going. And it says fold. And I know in my head what he's meaning by fold. I get what he's meaning by fold, but when you go and try to actually do the fold, when you take the concept from the brain, try to put it into the body has some really, really nice ways to talk back at you. I've been having some fun trying to figure out how that process works and what that process all links into. Absolutely, Valeria. Let's get you a card. As my cats start trying to go manic panic on me here. Where's the spray bottle? I will end. Yes. Behave. Thank you. Kitty cats. Valeria, one card. Using the Heindel deck today. Hope you guys like. Real big fan of the eye myself. Valeria. So bottom card coming up for you is the Fool, which is always fun because, new beginnings, new starts, new adventures, and everything else. But we need to have a quick disclaimer moment. I have 3 cats. We'll get into that a little bit later. Disclaimer. The Lover's card to me is not always about relationships. The Lover's card to me is not always about relationships. And so when this card comes up, A lot of people jump to that idea of new connections of romance and developments there. And I can't ascribe to that. Not just about romance, because then it just focuses the card too much into a narrow lens. What I frame it as when the Lovers comes up is a matter of choice being up ahead for you, which is great for new beginnings and new starts like we would see in the Fool card. It's initiating transformations and metamorphosis, moving you on to new levels and helping you to explore strange new lands and strange new things. The long and short of it is you have to decide which one you want to subscribe yourself into here. The Lovers is a choice between that which you know is healthy, nurturing, compassionate, easy laden, not something that's going to overwhelm you or upset you or try to make your change and transformation a disruptive moment. On the other side, there's also an option of something that is lustful or desired or craved. It's like a sweet treat. It satisfies the emotions in the here and now, but the long term of it doesn't necessarily mean that it's as sustaining or as fruitful as one might want on the outside. And so when you're given this choice, and you have the power of choice yourself and in your flow and in your nature, you get to have the fun of saying, well, this is what I'm going to have here and now. To guide the choice, I would always say the thing that looks fresher, newer, or adds new interests or understandings to you, that expands your awareness, is always my preferred flavor. So Fool card dynamic, absolutely. If you've never been there before, I usually find those to be the better choices overall. But it's got to be what's going to satisfy your need in the moment. And if the need is just to have the lust filled, then so be it. Have fun. Just don't misunderstand it to be something else when this is what it is. If you choose to make it the love thing, then that is what it will be over that way. And it all comes down to how you focus that own energy yourself and direct it into your decision and your final action. New starts, absolutely. Is it all about romance? Not necessarily. Consider the jobs that are easy versus the jobs that have the benefits. The jobs that... like, would you shovel manure for $18 an hour if it meant that you would be liberated and not have to work for the rest of your life? Possibly. $100 an hour might be more necessary at that rate, but what is it that you will decide to do that is going to be flavorful enough to you to get you moving on to the next thing? Good luck, Valeria. Big choices, big decisions. I edge on the side of love more than lust. It's probably old age talking, just because I find the wild and the buck free is a fantastic experience. Don't get me wrong. I was absolutely very fond of peeing on every electric fence possible as I was growing up, because how else do you learn to be yourself, your best version of yourself, than through those experiences? However, if there's one thing that I have learned through all of this, it's the lust-guided heart gets broken often or hurt easily, and sometimes you got to be really careful who you share your time and energy with. I worked for a lot of companies. Most of them don't exist anymore. My heart really didn't belong there at all. And it's something that's good to know and be aware of with yourself. Sandy and Country are on the docket. We'll definitely get you guys in there, but Sandy didn't ask me about a card. Sandy asked me about a dream. Also, I've got 3 cats. Ask me for a live on cats later this week, because I'm gonna just flood things. I leave in 3 weeks to go to Salmo Farm, and so I gotta get some content out there before I go, otherwise people are gonna be bored. Sandy was asking about a dream about a man you don't know, but in the dream is very flirty. So you've never met this man, you've never experienced this man in shared reality. And shared reality is ultimately the material plane, real world, this realm, whatever you term want to put onto it. I put shared reality. It's the reality where our actions and effects have immediate consequence with other people's actions and effects. And so you got this guy. He's not from that world. He's from something up here within the dream world or within the dream reality. Now, dream reality slices down to 2 forms for me. The dramatic and interpretive, or the refined and intuitive. Intuitive dreams, deja vus, elements like that, they're neat because when they pop up and when they show up, they have a different flavor. overall. And a deja vu dream or an intuitive dream has a completely different flavor to it. And so when you connect with that flavor and with that form, you start to become familiar with it, and being able to work around those moments. It's where people start getting into lucid dreaming, dream control, astral projection, and other elements like that. If the dream was in that format, you would know the flavor of them better than I would for you. And if it felt like that, it felt like that. I'm not going to dispute or argue that. There is an approach of that moment or that situation, and you have foresight on it. You can choose what to do with it. Deja vu dreams can be, when they are encountered in the shared reality, they can be modified. They can be changed. You are not stuck to the dream that you had. You can change your future, which was a really fun experiment for me to pull off in high school. So, if intuitive, if feeling like that vibe, if feeling like that flow, phenomenal incomings. If not so robust and rich like an intuitive dream, if it's a little bit more hazy, unclear on the edges, the capacity to catch yourself in it is a little bit less there, and it's a little bit more bouncy from moments to scenes to experiences. It's all over the place, like a rubber ball. Those ones I find to be far more inclined to be an interpretive dream of something that the emotional subconscious and the emotional consciousness are trying to work out with each other, trying to understand, trying to reason with. And so it could be an interpretation of a desire from the subconsciousness, and now your conscious has to work and discuss this and explore this with your subconsciousness and say, well, why is this the appeal? Why is this the approach? It is somewhat of the tone that we reveal ourselves through our own dreams and through our own formats. And so if you can dig into what might be trying to be spoken in that haze, that's where you can start to get into that inner dialogue and inner conversation. Meditation's a good waking way to kind of get at it. Dream journaling, though, is one of my favorite practices for people to start with, because then your dreams usually start getting more rich, more vivid, more reactive, and you start to get more of the different flavors of dreams that exist out there. So that would be my interpretation, Sandy, just because with that in mind, you've got to kind of get a sense of your own dreams in your own way, and it's a lot easier in direct dialogue to kind of help shape that and help understand that. Start there, though. Was it more of a hazy, interpretive, fancy dancing kind of dream, or was it a very robust, rich, eerie kind of feeling, intuitive dream? If one, expect. If the other, discuss, dialogue, explore it with yourself. Like watching a movie. When you look at a movie, do you remember the old projector reels with the film that sometimes get scratches and distortions and little things like that? Did you find that there was a lot of that in there? Preppy Lifestyle, hello. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Those ones I find usually are more interpretive, fancy. No. Okay. Without the distortion. In my experience, the distortion usually showed up more in interpretive. I'm going to just assume that you run somewhat on the same mechanism there. And so if it was without distortion and without flaw on the image, without normal vision, when we're watching a TV, when we're watching a show, it's that flat panel, right? Normal vision is a bubble. When that bubble gets converted, that's where I got a sense of that distortion. And that's where I felt like interpretive dreams were more like watching a TV. Intuitive dreams are more like being in that bubble vision. There's perspective in a round way. My gut would say keep an eye out for that individual. Don't overread the moment. Like, just because you've had the vision of it doesn't mean that it's a good thing coming. It just means that there is a gravity connection coming. Sidebar, I don't subscribe to twin flames. I don't subscribe to twin flames. Connection is a brilliant and powerful and incredible thing. And there are people that you're going to have an intense connection form with. It's a lot more common than I think anyone wants to admit. And the fact that admitting it means that there is a more open exchange of energy with all people, I think bothers a lot of people. And so gravity exists between all, and all gravity should be respected. Absolutely. But respected means being able to discern the moment. You know this person's coming. You know there's a flirty attitude. What is the deeper gravity? Is it an energetic connection? Is it a karmic lesson? Is it an experience of awareness raising? What is it that you're supposed to take from it to help you advance? Not just your moment, but your experience as a perspective in the spiritual reality. Good luck, Sandy. That could be fun. The coming of intuitive dreams, when the deja vu dream finally occurs, is some of my favorite experiences. Super affirming of a spiritual nature of the soul, right? Like I know this wasn't here and now that I had this. I know I had this as a child, or I know I had this as a young adult, or I know I had this 2 weeks ago, right? It breaks the nature of our reality. And so I've always appreciated it for that. Don't get scared. Don't get nervous. That's what locks you into just responding as you saw yourself in the dream, because you're overwhelmed with the intensity of, is this reality? And as soon as you can get around that concept of, is this reality? That's when you can move into playing with this reality and experiencing this reality and becoming a little bit more of that stepped out state of yourself. Country was asking what's on the plate for the coming weeks. Let's take a look at that for you, Country. It's fun. I only get it now when it's superintended, and I love it for that. Have a great day, Sandy. I hope everything goes well for you. Country, we got you next. On the blessed side, it's not necessarily worse. So we've got the Hangman coming up for you. And the pros and the cons with this one, Country, is it's zero-sum game. It's zero momentum. It's zero movement. You're not getting anywhere fast, but you're not falling behind either. Theme of the atmosphere right now is saying Seven of Wands, which is usually defensive posture, needing to protect oneself from other people's advances, words, will, or force of action against you. So overall, it's probably no change to any situations. If anything, you might find that people are getting a little bit more towards you, at you, in your face, or trying to present their problems onto your plate. And their problems aren't your problems, and you've already got your own things going on. I'm sorry I can't help you guys. I'm sorry my hands are tied. I'm sorry I can't proceed. I'm sorry I can't move forward. The downside to the Hangman is the period of helplessness that sometimes comes along with it. Helplessness it's a terrifying concept for most human beings right off the bat. To be completely and utterly subdued and without any ability to exercise your will. And some of us have a more robust understanding of that than others. Those that have a full understanding of it, I feel absolutely ashamed in our society for, because it never should come down to being that thing. If it is that thing, being utterly overwhelmed and detained and without solution, without option, that is usually where people do their best personal development in a weird sort of way. The pressure of heat causes something to hatch, explode, or expand. The pressure of dirt, sun, and water causes the seed to kind of push itself out and push itself forward. The I Ching defines it as biting through, having to take the time to get through a tough outer skin so you can get at the nice meat that's underneath it. Having to be steadfast, committed, resolved, and absolutely ready to do the follow through that comes with it. That resolve has to persist in the nature of the Hanged Man. No, you're not making any progress, and no, nothing is necessarily growing anywhere. But if you can maintain the steadfast nature of what you know you personally are, that will persevere on the outside. and pushing through the obstacle, pushing through the objective, pushing through the moment becomes not a matter of how you apply your will, but how you endure the moment. This period leads to the death card, change and transformation. So what you're doing here is ultimately figuring out what parts of you actually belong and should stay and should remain, and which parts of you can shed at this point in time so that you can evolve on to a greater whole of yourself. Jesus 40 days in the desert, Odin upside down on the elder tree, Buddha coming out from the palace gates seeing death, disease, and kids playing with ball. There's so much more to every person's story, but if they don't ever take the moment to stop and experience the moment here and now, it never necessarily moves forward. So next few weeks, a lot of the same like the last week or last 2 weeks, but at some point here, the sun's got to shine through. It can't rain every day. It just can't rain every day. So, good luck. I wish it were better news. The plus side to it, this one usually means that you are on the right hill. You are on the right stance. You are on the right place. You just have to have trust. Trust and faith. Trust and faith. Trust is knowing a process. Faith is just accepting a process. And there is an element with the Hanged Man that comes to surrendering to certain things. And knowing what to surrender to is part of the trick. If you surrender willy-nilly to anything, that's never respecting the will of oneself, and it's never seeing personal expression shine through. But if you put yourself out there as resilient, stand by your beliefs, stand by your values, stand by your virtues, and not surrender them, that stuckness can sometimes create new strength, personal resolve, and an ability to get certain things done. Sometimes it's not about being, like I was saying about the yoga, sometimes it's not about being able to fold really easily, but being able to understand where you're rigid. Understanding where your pieces have to hold in a very firm spot. I hope it's an all right couple of weeks. When I did up my energy report, I know it kind of got... Oh, my laptop's not nearby. Oh, it's buried. That's where it is. Right around the new moon, I think it was, or just shortly after, and I think that was the 12th, 13th. 1 week away, give or take. Oh no, 1 day away. Today? I think that says today. So this week is when it starts to stabilize out. Next week is when it's kind of in an even keel. And then that 1 week coming up, 17th through the 21st, if it's going to strike, if it's going to implode, if it's going to explode, that's when it should be doing its business. And so if you can just endure it that long, get through, everything will be fine. Getting to that point is not necessarily easy waters for most, though, because it sometimes means enduring things that are unfortunate, unsavory, uncomfortable. But the lesson is in the endurance. The lesson is in the longevity. By being able to last through the problem and last through the situation, you get yourself a whole new merit badge and a whole new understanding of what you can do. Let's just see yourself through. Good luck, country. And that's honestly the last week that I'll be here too, so feel free to reach out if you have any concerns, questions, or quandaries. 23rd is when I think I am mostly signing myself off. And it's somewhat unfortunate, because I'll be gone from the 23rd all the way through to August 2nd. There's one cat. August 3rd, I come back from the bushes and probably get restarted right then and there. And some check-ins and some pictures can get uploaded, but data gets expensive if you use it all on a live, and that's just not going to be a lot of Wi-Fi accessibility out there while we're doing our thing. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. I see the entire crowd has wandered off, and that's fine. That's fine. Oh, sit here and do work and ramble and muse. Because when it catches, it catches. When it doesn't, it doesn't. That's been the nature of things since forever. One of the reasons why I like the Russian tea room actually is because at least there I had a table and a desk that I could sit at. I'll be honest, I got through the entire Diablo 2 campaign twice while working there. You have big days, you have low days. It's just the way it is. My laundry should be beeping at me in about a minute or two here, though, so I will be pausing briefly to go attest to that, and then I will be back. When I'm running away is when the beep happens, though. Not right now. When it beeps. Local sports team that my cat tried to eat. Cat loves to eat things. She's kind of a bitch that way. Oh. I just sit here and chant at people's names as they kind of do their meander through. Coming around, user 36393729373. Faith himself? Faith in yourself? I'm arguing with this woman because she just likes to argue. And I find that's what most of Twitter is, just people liking to argue. Hi, Chelsea. Yes, I'm just reading off people's names as they come through now. It's that quiet in here. Which is fine by me. Philippe Andrew. Because with the week that I've had, with the chaos of what it's been, and the fact that I've only got three more weeks before I have to get everything else. Kaylee Penny. Hello. Alright, what else we got here? Unbury things. Project. I supposed to do up little mini wands and staffs for the Fae in the area, and I'm 2 projects behind this year. I gotta do this year's project and last year's project. And not that I think that they're gonna send the pixies after me again, but sometimes you just never really know for sure. Anyway, it's quiet in here. If you want a card, I've got wide open opportunity for you. Just let me know. Permission in the comments. It's always the best way to roll with it. You got it. Oh. Kaylee Penny. Alright, Kaylee. So, bottom card from the setup today is the Ace of Cups. Puts the mood and the environment into concepts of emotions, feelings, and generally the swish and swash that happens when we're exchanging with other people, animals, and creatures of life. Because from connection, from the gravity with others, comes sort of this energy of exchange, and that is very much the emotional realm, the emotional flow. The card you're getting from the Heindel deck is the Four of Stones, Power of Earth. Now, if you do tarot, if you follow tarot, the Four of Stones relates towards a man holding a coin against his chest. It's all about control of the schemes, control of the mechanisms, control of the process, keeping things very much in your hand, your cards close to your chest, as it were. And the Heindel deck rephrases that a little bit. I love the way that they do. Just very specifically, 4 stones that ultimately are in no real different form to the other, besides the form assigned by the box of the card. Each colored, though, with a different color of elements. And so it's taking the idea of control and schmuckery and instead forming it into a concept around understanding the mechanisms of mind, body, heart, soul. Getting into that comfort level with yourself, with your form, and with your development. I like to refer to them as the four bodies of each individual. We all know our physical body really, really quite well. Physical body is easy to locate and easy to connect with. And then you get from there, like the mental body. Most people have a mental body. They just don't know how to engage with it. They don't know how to flow with it. They don't know. They don't understand the dialogue. Hi, Johanna. Thanks for popping in. And so with the mental dialogue not necessarily being developed in everybody to the same level, getting an understanding of how they function, how they flow is important. So like you mentioning, learning the tarot and developing a skill with the tarot, the truth of that is you will interpret the cards in your own fashion, and understanding that mental dialogue helps you to do that interpretive. I teach people both intuitive methodology and pattern and recognition of patterns set by previous readers and previous flows. Symbolism readers be a good. I'm trying to decide what word I want to use specifically, and I haven't picked one yet. But the intellectual body, when you draw a card, have a dialogue in your own mind and see how it sort of reflects about that card and about that form. The willpower, the desire for things, the want for things, the dream board, the emotional body. The emotional body is just a matter of satisfaction. And that's the one that's going to get weird. Because it means understanding that the physical, mental, and will sort of come together to create this, you could call it a bowl. You could consider it like a bowl, or you could consider it like a forest with a river going through it. That river waters a lot of the forest and provides things for the plants, things for the fish, things for the animals. It's a sustainer. And so the water inside of us does that same kind of sustaining throughout all of our processes and throughout all of our forms. It adds dramatically to the nature of who we are and what we are. You want to make sure that the water that's coming through there is appropriate for the body that's around you, the mind that you're working with. And if it's not, changes, gotta be changes to satisfy it. The power is in your hands to guide it where you want to be. You have the control. You just have to make sure that you apply it directly. Intuitive nature. No. You start to learn to read the different gut feelings. Like one thing that a reader pointed out to me was that they had certain negative feelings lower in the pit, certain positive feelings more higher in the chest. The chest beams, I'm happy for you, or this is making me really nervous and crunchy. And everyone interprets it in different ways. Your body is just a mechanism of interpretation. Once you understand the way that your body is experiencing it and running with it, a lot easier life gets. I need to go move my laundry now, though. So thanks for popping in. If you're still here when I come back, we'll keep on this. But I gotta go move that laundry. Be right back. You put me up one more time. Alright, I'm just gonna have breakfast. Yep. Oh, all right. All right, what do we got here? I feel spirit around me, and I've learned to recently interpret the difference between male and female. Well done. Well done. Push and pull. I call them push and pull. I find when female, I feel it in my ears, with male in my chest. Excellent. And again, it's your own. Each body is wired just slightly differently, just a little uniquely from one another. And it's wonderful because it means that each of us gets our own personal experience with life and with form. But the downside to it is sometimes understanding other people's feelings and flows and energy interpretations gets a little hazy. And so things like that. What is the nature of the energy coming at me? Is it masculine push energy? Is it feminine pull or field energy? And what is it doing with itself? What is it doing with itself? How is it applying? Where is it teaching? Where is it guiding? What is it showing me? Keeping it in an inquisitive format tends to keep people a little bit more open-minded to the changes in the nature of the universe around them. We're all here to learn. We're all here to experience, and doing so in a gentle, compassionate way, if possible. Good on you for developing. Good on you for keeping that development going forward too. It's not easy, and there will always be moments that give you that challenge of accepting whether this is all reality or just we're going slightly crazy. Just some mass shared hallucination that we all get to sort of apply ourselves into. I'm cautious with what I'm trying to receive. Some things, how to describe it? Some things come at you simply because it's part of their process. And a lot of people like to think that everything comes from High Rabbit. All things come from people are always looking for family members, ancestors, ancient spirits, things like that. Sometimes it's literally just somebody traveling through. Sometimes there's a stray energy that's going west to east today, and froomph, there it goes. It's just going, and you don't want to become a magnet to attract things off their course and bring them away from where they should be. You don't want to take anything that's not really meant for you. Recognizing your space, recognizing your divine field, and that while these energy forms can come visit, they are guests in your space, and they should follow the rules that you lay out within your space. Assertion of territory, assertion of dominance, assertion of just being truthful to your truth, which is you are this field, you are this space, and you have to govern it appropriately. I am quibbling with somebody on Twitter about such nonsenses. And some people just like to argue for the sake of arguing. It's hilarious to watch. Lost worders, I call them. When seeking an understanding, remember, in your space, you have the ultimate last word. You have the ultimate final say what happens in your sphere of influence. And all should respect that. Not all will. Not all will. Your choice of response when somebody doesn't is your choice of response. And I just encourage you, be thorough in your application of your will. But it's got to be from you and your choice in the end. There's a lot of traffic. There's always a lot of traffic. I travel around Canada, Western Canada specifically, the Yukon Territory, British Columbia, and Alberta. And there is a lot of travel. There is a lot of travel in and throughout different parts of territories. I love it. Yukon is just a hub of energy, literally just coming to travel onward somewhere else. And we get into these hang-ups of wanting to make everything something that we attach to. You just can't in some places. Yeah, Just can't let them. If they're going to graze, and when things graze, there's going to be that influence, that wake, that ripple, that sort of wavy effect that comes with somebody's experience with you. But it's not. You don't have to drink from every cup, right? Once you understand that your cup, your emotions especially, are your cup to control and cover and bear and do whatever the hell you want with it, that's where you get the uplifted evolution and development and growth into being able to reject certain energy and invite certain energy in. Keep it on sort of that good rotation and good flow form. And most spirits aren't. Most spirits aren't with a will, and as I say that, I'm trying to decide if I'm saying it too poorly or not. A spirit is not necessarily a soul. A spirit is an energy form with purpose and probably intention, but not necessarily will. And so when it comes to being a different form of energy, not just a spirit, but more of a soul, more of an archetype or divine form, understanding the ratio of what you're dealing with is also important. The human body has red blood cells that run all over the place, and they're a dimetrillion. And the spiritual body has little cells that run all over the place, and they're a dimetrillion. Understanding how they're all kind of exchanging and moving around is part of the madness. And I do call spiritual discovery dancing madly. It's really hard to... It's impossible to be truly spiritual and not a little bit crazy. Simply because to be spiritual, you're having that personal relationship with everything that's around you. That's intensity to the maximum. Yeah, and I like Alberta. There's there's a range road and a highway every 20 kilometers in a perfect grid pattern. And I swear somebody went around, made boxes of 9 or 10, 9 or 4x4, 16, and just said, okay, graveyard here, graveyard here, graveyard here, graveyard here. We're good. We're covering everything this way. Graveyards everywhere, just on the side of a highway. They are so disrepaired. It's unfortunate. And you start learning to realize that some of the things coming through there, they're just passing through because that's the best portal in the area. That's the best region. It's quiet, it's low traffic, it's easy access, it's so many different things. And therein lies the rabbit hole. Why is it that the energy in, say, the downtown Edmonton cemetery is one of this weird heavy drum, and the rural ones are more like wind on reeds? And both graveyard tones, but in entirely different dynamics, not just based on the people and the content, but the region and the environment. Both portals, both accessible for transit from this realm to the next, and excellent for any Reaper to use. But you come through the one in downtown Edmonton, you come through looking like a distinguished goth from the Twilight series. You go through one of the portals in the rural Alberta, and you come up Beverly Hillbilly Vampire. It's weird dynamics, you know? Weird energy forms. Anyway, that's that rant. Graveyards are neat. I do not have a supply of graveyard dirt, which I just remembered, but I do have graveyard sand, theoretically. I didn't know it was graveyard sand at the time. I just... side of a hill, there's a sandbank, I'm gonna pick up some of this. And I found out the cemetery was another, I think it was about 500 meters away, so theoretically not sanctified ground, but real close. Real close. You know, Rabbit, I will visit eventually. I leave in 3 weeks to go away for 5 weeks. Good luck. Good luck, I promise. I promise the world won't fall apart. It won't burn down, I swear. But yeah, I'm gone soon. Um, come after this one. We've got a few fires in the iron and some things being set up, and so I need to get my passport. I really need to get my passport. And then we can get on to getting some things through the States to kind of plan and figure it out. Make a tour of it, as it were. And that's all assuming that they don't just buy Alberta in the next year and a half because, selling it while they can versus when they can't makes a lot more sense. Yes, possibly. That's one of the other ironic things. The more that you look at spiritual things, the more that they will present themselves. Now, here's the problem. Typically, science approaches things in that we measure a reaction between two things, and we evaluate the consistency of that reaction. No worries, country. Spiritual study is, I will seek out experiences and try to understand what these experiences mean to my understanding and my perspective. When we start looking and seeking out things like ghosts, energies, waveforms, we can become more fluent in it, like a language. And so if I know a little bit of Greek and I'm walking down through Athens and I hear the right phrase and the right words, I might pick up on, hey, that's Greek. I might pick up on it. As I become more fluent in a language, it starts to become more prevalent, more obvious in all of its uses and all of its iterations. The scientists will call this a sign of insanity, that the spiritual is just there for you because you're seeking it. You'll find it. Of course you'll find it because it's right there in front of you. That's what you're creating it. And I humbly disagree. I think that spirituality is more the capacity of awareness, the capacity to perceive. And in that perceiving, we discover certain divine truths. And those divine truths are not necessarily a separate entity. They are simply a part of reality. Therein is the bridge that spiritual study starts to become more like quantum mechanics and the weird probability situations that occur there. Wherein that if we control the perspective of an experiment, the results of the experiment changes. Not always, and not for all things, but when working with the right things, this is usually what we see as a result. The more that you seek, the more that you look. Yeah, no, I'm always open to this. I'm here all the time. The more that you seek and the more that you look, the more that you'll start to find it. And so I absolutely term it as dancing madly, because it is exactly that. Getting yourself into this weird jig with a language and music that nobody quite understands. But the more that we each do it, the more that we start to kind of come through to one another and connecting with one another. Spirituality is really cool for that. Tammy. Yes, we can get you a card for sure, for sure. And hi everybody that's joining us here today. Welcome to the show. Mumbling spirituality and doing tarot draws because it's Thursday. Yay! Environment is the Five of Cups, Tammy, which centers on disappointment, dissatisfaction, sometimes focusing in on what's been lost. And not focusing on what's still around, not having enough in what's around to sustain or fill a cup. So just sort of a weird, sorrowful kind of vibe and feeling. The main card that we're drawing for you is the Magician. Now, Magician is meant to be a sense of autonomy, a sense of personal development, and a sense of personal form. Like what actually Kaylee's talking about here. It's a sense of connecting with the reality that you have in front of you, the four elements, the water, earth, air, fire, being able to manifest and create things out of it and being to be on control of it, which we would all love for our spirituality, let's be honest here, but it's a little elusive in a lot of ways and in a lot of forms. What we dignify as a symbol of progression towards developed, changes from theme to theme. For most sports players, if you're not playing at a professional level, you're just a hobbyist. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that, but if you were a lawyer, it would absolutely apply. There are no hobbyist lawyers. There are lawyers who have passed the bar and those who have not. And in those terms of absolute judgment and assessment, spirituality and personal life really don't actually have any. Personal satisfaction and being okay with what you've got and what you're working with is a personal venture, and it's a personal connect. It's for you to decide. And so if you focus in on spilled cups or inadequate filling or inadequate connection, you get yourself locked into this bad state of always seeking inadequate, always seeking that flaw, always seeking that danger. If you subscribe your personality instead towards this here is inadequate because this is missing, this is short, you start to push the idea of change and development, you start to exercise your will, and it all just grows into this beautiful format of you are now the influencer of the destiny in the format. You are now the one in control, and spilled cups or not, you're going to create the reality that you instead want to be a part of. So, good form, good potential, good manifestation option, if you want to put it that way. But it's in that term of, are you going to manifest the same, or are you going to manifest something different? Evolve something into something that you want to be a part of, that you want to rejoice in. Something that you can metamorph yourself around. Good things will come with it. Guaranteed. Good luck with that one, Tammy. Hi, Ellen. Hi, Sean. Hi, Bizda. The troops. Always good to see the troops. Which one? The sick one? Fortunately, got through whatever the fuck she was dying from. Lost a little bit of weight, which isn't good for her because she's a petite girl anyway, but she's coming back. My old cat's old. My young cat is young, and they're all kind of chasing each other like mad cats, but this is ONS put my hair. Yeah, this is all natural. I don't do much of anything. It just does this. Fresh out of a shower. Works well. Yeah, Shiva was sick for a little bit there. We don't know what exactly was going on. Couldn't afford the diagnosis. Got enough to get a temperature done, and just sort of a quick feel of her and vitals of her, and at the time of temperature she wasn't burning hot, and so we're like, okay, well, we'll run this for another day or two and see what kind of comes out of it. And didn't really eat the next day still, started eating a little bit, drinking a little bit of water after that, but it was about 2 weeks before she got back to normal, as per her energy and her form. 3 cats though, it's a lot of risk of them getting into things and doing things that they shouldn't do. So I don't know if she ate another cat's puke or had a hairball or what was going on, but just kind of going kind of nuts. Thanks, Des. I'm sorry I wasn't here this last Tuesday. This week has been a little bit frantic. I leave in 3 weeks, go down to the ranch, and I'll be gone for 5. So trying to get all the tent stuff and everything lined up so that I don't have it as being an absolute mess when I finally do roll out of here. Because doing it all at the last minute sucks. Don't do it last minute. Never do it last minute. Especially when you're gone for 5 weeks. It doesn't pay off to do it last minute. But yes, the Tuesdays are usually for teaching tarot. And well, we've gotten almost halfway. We'll keep working away on it and getting those things kind of figured out as we plop our way through what's coming up next. Probably. What's up, Nickel? I think we've got 2 weeks. So I'll have to do double headers or something like that. But I was honestly thinking about just going on a streaming spree. And just like I've got 14 days. And try to do 13 days of streaming. Every single day before the 23rd, where I have to kind of cut things off and be ready I'm never ready. I'm never ready. Let's be honest here. I'm never ready. So, options. I see, Nicole, there's the trick. Messages, when you're asking for those, you're usually thinking mediumship or a straight up psychic. And I will never claim to be those things. I will always claim to be a pattern reader. And I read cards. So if you give me consent to look into a card for you, I can definitely draw a card for you. But I gotta have the consent there, and it understood that it's coming from the random chance of the card and not from ancestor, not from divine power, not from higher form. Okay. A lot of people are looking for a message from someone specific, and I get that pursuit. I'm just really careful not to put myself in the middle of it for some. Okay. Environment is coming up with the Emperor card, and so that's relating into the element of authority, direction, and legacy. Legacy is a big focus of me with the Emperor card because it is supposed to be the role of the father. The father imparts wisdom, ideas, values onto the child. The child then weighs whether those ideas and values have merit. If they do, great, they'll carry them forward. If they don't, they'll abandon them faster than you can say yeehaw. So the father, the emperor, ultimately is at the mercy of the child. And if the father energy of the emperor card can't find a good giving over of that tutelage, guidance, and approach, it doesn't do well. So the environment centers on that mentorship, that guidance, that mood of being a part of legacy and how something is going to be valued as it goes forward. Fortunately, it's coming up with the Nine of Stones material gain. Now, the Heindel deck here is slightly different from the tarot in that it's not doing quite the same imagery for representations. Nine of Pentacles in tarot is usually related towards socializing, connecting with people, and through that exchange of time spent, new opportunities for work and development grow. Think music, think DJs, think movie producers, think sitting in the right room with the right people to get the right pitch in at the right time. I like it better in the Heindel deck, because in the Heindel deck it's saying, look specifically at what gives you accumulation, what gives you growth, what gives you substance, what fills the stomach and makes it so that the body can run better. And that's not always necessarily about food. Sometimes it's about yoga, sometimes it's about sunshine, sometimes it's about just going and sitting in a river and letting it just soak all around you. Things that satisfy the form. And earth energy, yes, is usually related towards the physical form. And so we'll always look into that first. But your spiritual body can matter in this matter as well too. Making sure that it's being fed well, sustained well, and growing well. Good foods, good water, good sunshine, better physical health. Good books, good libraries, good plays, good music venues, better mental health, and all these things creating the better form of the self so that it can contribute to the next legacy. A lot of us grew up on the Live Fast, Die Young and the idea that we would grow out in a blaze of glory. We're not dying younger, we're dying older, everybody, and so it's not going to work out that way. Making sure that your legacy is reinforced by your capacity to reinforce yourself might be the best takeaway on this one. Make sure that you're looking after you so that you have the longevity that you need to be around to show people what the real truth is. Outlast us. Outlasting us is the best way to be the one showing another way or another format. Growth, development, enhancement, but through your own careful guidance and through your own careful approach. Have fun with that one, because the outlier with the Emperor card being on the backside is it's just more reinforced in what you can now impart towards others and offer others, and what you can demonstrate, what you can model and show for others. There was a samurai retainer that wrote a book. More accurately, he had someone visiting him and writing down his little quips. And in one of the book chapters there, he discussed sort of refining and creating and developing the perfect model for how a person ought to be. No one person ever fit his model. No one person ever had all the traits. No one person ever had all the qualities. But by taking a little bit from here, taking a little bit from there, taking a little bit from there, he could create a perfect model for himself. And that would then be his guiding light and his opportunity to move towards the new development in the better state. Make that model for yourself out of the examples that you like best. And see what comes through that. Okay, Rabbit, let's get you a card. Thanks for dropping in, Nickel. One of my oldest nicknames, Nickel. No worries. Rabbits. Just do that little swipey thing. What do you mean? I did just fine with my puzzle piece. Don't lie to me. So, environment is the 8 of Wands. And then the action and activity and format for you, 3 of Wands. Now, double fire, which doesn't surprise me with you at all, because for you it is always that, what is my guiding light, what is my guiding direction, what is my guiding flow? And having your torch, feeling like your torch is strong, is important to you. With all my heart, with all my adoration of you, I know your torch is all over the place sometimes these days. And that's just the nature of the beast sometimes. Especially when you're doing the long travel, long journey, long format that we see with the 3 of Wands. The torch doesn't do so well during the day. It doesn't provide anything beside extra heat in the desert. And at night it can attract trouble, it can attract predators. We have to be careful with it there too. And there you are with all that fire, trying to just keep it under good control and good format and good nature, and not wanting to just burn it all down right away and go on a mad spree with it. It's in transition, which is a pro. It wasn't moving quite like this before. Not in the same way and not in the same format. And so that little bit of change, that little bit of transition is probably a good sign to see. Too much change too fast might be hard for some to absorb and acclimate to, though. And so you'll want to be careful that you're not letting them, shall we say, overwhelm or override your best instincts and best judgment. Let the change occur in such manners that it allows to foster the best wisdom and the best insights and the best growth for you. The I Chings are close, but not quite the same. Same one on the top, but I don't remember what the I Chings all are, so we'll leave that one for now. I like it and I don't like it at the same time. Because on the one hand, change around you is good. Change around you is good. Change around you is good. Don't get me wrong on that ever, because change for you is one of the most important and needed things overall. But making sure that change, really, love it. So that's literally trying to drag you right off the property, huh? Making sure that change is done in such a manner that you are not hurt, overwhelmed, and overtaken for it. What started the fire anyway? It's half of what I want to know. Because from my angle on this, like, the change has been fostering for some time too. And like, was it somebody literally trying to burn you guys off your property, or was it something that was left in a state that it shouldn't have been? Because 3 of Wands, it's a personal choice, it's a personal action, it's a personal duty, responsibility, transformation. And so I do really, really wonder where you're getting pushed on to. Anyway, how'd the fire go? Tell me stories. Jump on my live if you want. Of course it was him. Sorry. Stop being a dick. So, why'd he leave? Why'd he leave? What was the duty in that moment, my guy? Where did the attention need to be upon? And why wasn't the attention upon it? Damn it. Especially when burning piles. Like, that's as Alberta as they come down here. And you don't leave a burn pile unattended. Are you nuts? It's that shit that's going to get me in trouble, if anything. Blah. Blah. Yes, but all that heat usually creates some amount of coals and cinders underneath. And so that heat and that transfer and everything else, that's why they usually say, watch it for an hour or two afterwards. Make sure that it's looked after for a bit, sometimes even overnight. Like I've heard about some real bad underground fires that just don't end, and they're still burning away. Usually it's methane related or something to that effect, but you're in a swamp, aren't you? What is the gas composure? Oh, god damn it, Rabbit. Girl. Look, just find me a lot of Canadian clients that I can sell payment processing systems to, so that I can buy a property and just move you up here instead. You and Scaries will get along great. You can hate on people all day long. It'll be wonderful. Hi, Bay. Hi, Bay. How are you today? Oh yeah, I've got a second gig now. Did I tell you? I'm selling payment solutions, payment processing, and point of sale systems. I get to sell Clover machines. It's wonderful. I know, the weirdest things. I'm not too bad. I missed Tuesday this week because I pulled a spiritual chakra doing yoga and just was not having any of it. And so here we are today, muttering our way through Tarot Thursday and not stressing about it. I've got 3 weeks before I leave for 5 weeks and not have any time to do any content. And so I'm going to have to be going slightly ham for the next little bit until everything gets onto a good page again. It's fun. It's fine. It's easy. I get to go work on the Shambhala Music Festival site, and I'm doing ticket gate for their pre-show, and then I go work their catering department, making sure that all the staff are getting fed while they're building up the really cool stages that people are going to come party on. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Can't wait to get away. Rabbit. He can't leave a fire unattended like that. Or like, Rabbit. What the fuck, Rabbit? What the fuck, girl? Thanks, Bay. I'm happy to. I don't get good recharges like this as much as I should. So it is really, really important to get away when I can. I treat it as much of a spiritual retreat as possible. And I think everybody should find time at some point in their yearly cycle to get out and see what's going on in the grand picture of things. 619. Oh. Which reminds me, I've also got to start getting all my tarot cards up on Facebook. Too many things, guys. It's too many things. But we have fun with it. Because at the end of the day, what else are you going to do? Go nuts? Never. That's just asking for trouble. What'd you do now, Rabbit? What did you find a few days ago? And how is it going to help us get a ranch area that we can all just move on and start a cult at? Commune? Cult? Something like that? Friends. Oh. Really? More doggos, eh? Gotta have the doggos. Love it. Love it. Are they at least working dogs? If they're working dogs, I'll feel a lot better about it. Just make sure you've got like tracking tags or something on those doggos, because we don't need more animals going kind of wild and missing on us. That would be undesired. Well, I'm glad you found something good. That's always a plus. Trying to figure out where I transferred all my. I had a bunch of things here, and I feel like I transferred them to the wrong spot, but whatever. People meandering through. I do have my cards here as well too. I'm just, killing time ultimately at this point, trying to do too many things at once, because that's all I ever do. Too many things at once. It's really entertaining for me. Satisfies my ADHD mind. Rattled and all over the place at all times. Yes, you were supposed to have a whole bunch of. Oh, say, so why is it. Come on, technology. Don't be so dumb. You have. Okay, now you're just going to show up at the very top. Oh, you are lousy. You are lousy. Lousy. Yeah, I gotta edit and modify every single tarot card with little quippets and information, have those all pre-posted before I go. Figure I'll do a bunch of lives and just steal little quips out of each live and put them up before I go. Just a wall of content that absolutely means probably very little at the time, but at least it's there for anybody that wants to meander through. Internet access is not really a thing on the farm. They've got Wi-Fi, or not Wi-Fi, sorry, cell towers and cell service in range, but at a certain point it gets a little bit laden down. They've even come to the point of bringing out a cell tower to try and pump up the signal. Set it up right in downtown, and it still overwhelms everything and screws it all up. August 3rd. August 2nd, 3rd, somewhere in there. I have a flash shift August 1st, and then the whole driving back thing is the other question, right? Because do I want to start driving as soon as I get off shift on the 1st and get back to Edmonton on the 2nd, or do I want to do it in a few segments, stop in a few places, camp in a few places? So if I don't come back till August 7th, I'm so sorry, everybody. It honestly isn't anything personal. I've already been looking up different creeks and rock beds and places to go, hunting for all kinds of things. Bye, Bay. I'll be sticking around for a bit, so come hang out anytime. But yeah, realize that at no point in my life did I ever actually go and get an image of all the tarot cards. I need to go get an all-in-one printer scanner or something here. I figure take the tarot book I was working on, slap the two up onto Facebook, and if every major arcana card gets 2 days, then that's just enough content for while I'm away on Facebook. I don't think I can pre-post anything on TikTok, unfortunately, but I do have YouTube starting to become a little bit more active and a little bit more engaging, so put some things up on there. Maybe read some children's stories and leave them floating around on the interwebs for people to do whatever they need to do with them. Little things. I've also got a bazillion little projects that I never got around to finishing. Just not thrilled about it. Progress was not quite what it needed to be. It wasn't bad, but it could have been better. Oh. Alina, 13, XQI 13. I like 13. 13's always been a good number. Transformative. Gibberson. Get it to the Gibberson. Hacking the Gibberson? I think it was Hacking the Gibberson, actually. Yeah. Cassandra. Names are neat. Dickie Greenlee. Names are neat. I like names. Gives you a sense, especially when it's people's personally developed screen names. Gives you a sense of what they're kind of working with and how they're kind of functioning. So much into a name. I only got my legal first name because it was the only name my mom had never taught. Which, imagine that, you chat into your child, and because you've had somebody in the past in your classroom, you automatically associate every single name to that first kid. It's got to be a tough one. Hi, Cupcake. Hi, Texas. So sorry we beat your team. It was a good game, though. It was a good time. We had lots of fun. I enjoyed it. Probably going to get to watch my city burn down in a few weeks here as things get worse and worse for that whole series, but we'll see what comes. Hi, Addison. You're the Addison being asked about? Does Nick miss you? Being somewhat the question here. I'm going to say that Nick isn't necessarily, missing is a weird component to it. Why do you miss somebody? Do you miss somebody because of an emotional attachment? Do you miss somebody because of a physical attachment? Do you miss somebody because they provided something or you were giving them something? Why do we miss people, right? Why exactly is the reasoning behind it? And I feel that there is a miss between both parties, but you guys are missing each other for different reasons, if that makes sense. And Nick's reason isn't about the emotional, it's about the material, it's about the showmanship almost of it. It's about it being something that can be demonstrated, incorporated to be just part of the function, part of the flow, dressed up in such a manner that it becomes beautiful and powerful and amazing, but it's that person's amazing, not necessarily the two of them together. So the format of missing, I would say do some digging on if they do show up back around. Make sure that they're actually being respectful of your time, your space, and your energy if you start giving it back. You're not just you're not an accessory to somebody else's life, period. Hi, Shaggy. I'll get you next. Sarah, I got you on the list. Addison, thanks for the question. Always look at how people incorporate onto your team. How do they become a part of your experience and part of your flow? It's important to recognize that at all times. Shaggy, asking about S. Yeah, okay. So, King of Swords ultimately is usually direct up front and part of the plan. When it does come to be time for them to speak and communicate and express something very clearly, yeah, they're going to come back around, but not until it's on their terms and their format. And it's going to be to deliver a message and deliver an understanding and deliver a truth. Make sure that when the conversation comes up, you're reading between the lines to what they're really saying underneath it all. They've processed this and prepped this and planned this and arranged this for an extended period of time. For them, this moment is entirely just following through on what they've already committed to in past. For you, it's an opportunity to get right to the truth of a matter. And you're going to want to make sure that you're actually looking to what's really going on behind the scenes, behind the form. Don't let somebody speak over you and tell you what you believe a moment is going to be. Instead, both parties must be allowed to speak and see if they can understand truth in between the two of them. If they can't find a shared truth, then they don't really work well together. Good luck, Shaggy. Sarah, you're up next. Jordan, you've asked a question. I'll get you up onto the list here. Thanks so much for popping on in. Sarah's getting a card. Sarah, you're coming up with the 8 of Swords. Eight of Swords centering on interference, held back restrictions, and just sort of being in stuck, trapped moments. The wonderful thing with the Eight of Swords is if you can start to move yourself through the process, you that has to move yourself through the process and move yourself through the form. If you do not apply yourself to the moment overrides you. The moment controls you, the moment dominates you. And so don't allow yourself to be at the mercy of what's been put upon you. What's been put upon you is the question, though. And usually where swords are related, what's been put forward to you is reputation, words, information that's not necessarily true or valid or applicable. But because this person uses it as a power against you, they have a means to slow you or restrict you. Find your way to speak the truth and speak the power through the moment. Don't see yourself as destroyed. Don't let it become diminishing on your spirit, on your passion, or on your form. Typically, this card leads into a spiral downward, because with the Eight of Swords, we're talking about interference. With the Nine of Swords, we're talking anxiety. And then Ten of Swords, depression and destruction. And so just make sure that you're not letting it spin into anything deeper or worse or more disruptive, Sarah. Make sure that you're keeping it in even pacing and even coal where possible. Good luck, Sarah. Jordan, let's get you up here next. If for any reason the horrible sound of that call coming in or other bits chased you off the call, I will have this posted up on YouTube after the fact as well, and so you can always catch replays there. Do apologize about that call coming in. No worries, Sarah. Alright, Jordan. Wondering about a poll. See, a lot of the people asking about guys wanting to talk or connect or missing, and I'm getting a lot of earth runs off of it. Like with yours, in your particular case, Jordan, it's Eight of Stones. Didn't feel like they did something enough or applied something enough, or trying to think of a way of saying this that it doesn't come across crass. But instead of doing a grind, maybe he should have just done a thrust, right? Like he's got this idea that he did it one way and it should have been done another way, or it should be approached another way or handled another way. And so wants to talk, sure, but is the conversation really about finding truth, or is the question about them getting a chance to say or do or act upon what they want or what they believe? Is it about them getting their truth so that they can feel like they are validated and in power and control, rather than it being about understanding and balance between all parties? So keep a careful ear down when they do come back around. What is the intention behind somebody's words? What is the interest? What they've brought an interrogation to you? Why are they interrogating, and what do they look to do with the information? When you start to get a sense of those truths, what a person is really operating underneath it all, that's when you can start to get down to how to avoid putting yourself in compromising, dangerous, or bad situations. Interrogation is violation. No one should be interrogating other people, period. We're not all secret agents waterboarding one another. We have to be respectful, and we have to be truthful with one another. Good luck, Jordan. Play safe on that one. Tammy, wondering about Tim. No worries, Jordan. Tammy, I always peek at the bottom card just to sort of get a sense of what's going on in big picture and big flow. Tammy, your bottom card came up with a Honduran goddess called Kali. I love Kali. Kali is the best. Callie dances with partners that are going through transformative moments, helping them to learn new dance moves and new respect and communication for one another. If the individuals can figure out these dance moves with one another, they get to improve their relationship and dance off happy and joyous in their future. If they cannot figure out their dance moves, Callie has a tendency to cut off the head of the idiot in the relationship and take the woman under her arm and bring her on to better things. Something in this has it's got a weird vibe. We're coming up with the Five of Cups being the main topic card. Disappointment, focusing on what's been lost, taken away of, not necessarily focusing on what's still around or what should be. There's a few red flags here that it's about comfort more than it is about love. It's about placating a particular in the moment here and now mood rather than about being developing, connecting, and growing. So not going to answer the question about love, but I am going to pose the question of, is it love or lust? Is it love because there's growth, or is it lust because there's appeal, a desire, something there that makes it feel so much nicer and so much fuller? So be careful on that one, Tammy. Be cautious with that one. Make sure that all relationships are formed out of good bonds too, guys, where possible. I know humans are humans, and we've all got our moods, we've all got our vibes, but at the core of it, we always want to make sure that we're leaving every person and every place better than we found them, wherever possible. That includes making sure we ourselves do not grant access to people that are going to do damage or harm or danger to one another, you know? Kayla. Thanks for coming in, Tammy. Kayla, I've got you up next. And hi, Rod. Oh, sorry, you're not Rod, you're Catherine. Hi, Catherine. We could probably work on that one. Hi, Mendenhall. Wonderful to meet you. I'm usually do cards on Tuesdays, so if you want a card, just give me permission in the comments, and I draw you a card. Quick and easy. Kayla asking, should I reach out to Jay right now? It's a good question for last week, honestly. Carter. So, this is a weird mix, because the situation on that one is Osiris themed. Osiris was torn apart by his enemies, divided to the four corners of the world. Typically when I see it come up in those dynamics, relationship dynamics, it's usually indicating someone that has gone through addiction, trauma, or something else that keeps them from being fully expressive of themselves, and they're looking to you to heal them, stitch them back together, and make them a better person. And so, meaning no offense to Jay, but my gut instinct right out of the gate is that Jay has some healing to do, and may be leaning a little bit heavily on you to do that healing. In which case, the top card for you, Kayla, being the Hermit card, no, you need to keep to yourself and your light and your joy and your happiness and not get swept up in somebody else's manic panic bullshit. And Jay needs to save themselves. A lot of guys like to attach to a healthy woman in order to find some means of solace, safety, and security. They are looking for placation. Someone that mothers and compassions them so that they feel as though that they have value. The point is, though, that value doesn't come from the mothering. The value comes from the love. When love is given without a sign of change and growth, it starts to become pained, strained, worked. And most men see that challenge then as a robbery of the love and not the same giving, not the same loving, not the same compassion. The truth is that strain from the woman is true love. They're trying to make you a better person through their efforts, and they just need you to respond to it. But because the man is so bent up in the trauma, they're not trying to grow through it. They're just trying to feel better. So when a guy is in that state, when a guy is in that flow, be a friend, sure, but you got to keep it to a certain amount. After a certain line goes out and they see you as something that can feed a need, they will always take advantage of that as much as possible. Be cautious. Be cautious. Hermit card coming up, Kayla, I would say no. You have to stay to your own light, your own safety, your own security. And Jay here needs to kind of figure out his own way in his own format. He needs to understand that the energy has to come from himself, and it's not going to be able to come from through you. It's got to come from him. Good luck, Kayla. Catherine, what's going on about Rod? Oop, I saw you. Don't you do that. I pick on guys a little bit more than I probably should, but I haven't found a reason not to yet. A lot of guys live their life as though it's meant to be just given over to them, and that's not the way. The way is you build a life out of your own choices, your own decisions, your own actions. You present it to the world, and the world decides if it can work with it or not. If the world does not want to work with it, you don't force it on the world, because it's not for us to force upon. Catherine, is Rod and I ever going to stay together? Okay, maybe. Yes. Getting the... So the bottom theme, family and connectivity. This is where we want the emotional satisfaction, but getting people to the point of actually making vows, understanding the approach, understanding the truth of one another can sometimes be a little bit of a trick. The Hierophant does provide a sense that some kind of union can develop, but we might want to be really careful what we understand that union to be. Some people like the idea of just a simple hand fastening and a bonding of the soul. It's beautiful to them. It's a sign of expression and giving over. As soon as you make it about churches, it becomes stuffy and they don't necessarily want to buy in on it, right? And so what is the definition of union to you? When you guys can understand the ins and outs of that dynamic, sometimes you realize that what you have is closer than what you really wanted anyway. We're together. We live in opposite places, but we are committed to one another because it's just the way that we want to work. Or he's a stag, I'm a vixen, and we go and hunt poor little kids down at the bar. He likes to watch and I like to play, and so we just kind of work with it. However the dynamic kind of plays out, there's lots of different flavors to it these days. There's someone not being fully honest or truthful about their desires overall, or their steadfast commitment in one place or one quadrant. At least that's my vibe. And as you get them discussing and expressing more of what they believe to be the dogma of themselves, that's when they start to become a little bit more willing to share who they are underneath it all and how they want to connect and express and grow with somebody for the long term. So, Catherine, yes, but what is the style of relationship? What is the format of relationship? What is your guys' dynamic? What does it need to be for you both to be happy and satisfied? And is that something that you both can meet and feel comfortable sharing with the other person? Good luck. Mendenhall. Hi, Mendenhall. Well, am I finding a new job soon? All about the work. Work that you want or work that you need? Like, that's a bad phrasing on it. How's another way to go about it? Work that you find tolerable or work that you find absolutely abhorrent? And therein lies the catch with yours. The Lover's card. Everyone loves to say, oh, it's the beautiful choice of having this great romantic exchange. And no, it's not romance. It's a choice between what is good for you and what is wonderful, fun, exciting, but not necessarily good for you. I used to work in restaurants. I applied to 2 restaurants, and they're right across from each other. One's called the Red Piano. One is called Hooters. The Red Piano has chefs and growth and development and a long-standing career and businesses in Edmonton. Hooters is Hooters. It's really, really not hard to tell which one is quality and which one is not. The reality is, though, there was more money to be made working at Hooters than there was at Red Piano. And that's a weird twist of logic, but it's the way it goes sometimes. And so the core issue isn't so much, will you find a new job, but will you accept a job that will satisfy maybe the financial need, but not maybe necessarily the personal comfort with it or the personal happiness with it. There's got to be a willingness to kind of balance and accept and tolerate certain things and work with certain things where possible. And when we allow it to become too much one way or the other, when we become unwilling to see the other side or the other perspective, that's when we can start running into different problems, concerns, or long-term issues. Good luck on that one. Apply everywhere and make the final choice once you have what's in front of you on the listing. Good luck. Hi, everybody. I've got a few comments down here asking for cards, and I will absolutely get all of your cards 100% of the time. And then if you can't stick around for your card, it'll be posted on YouTube, Lopic Magic House, once I've got the show done and time to download it. I have to go get my laundry, though, and that's only going to take about 2 minutes, so stick around if you can, and then we'll be starting again with Trisha asking about Paul. Okay, I'll be back. Oh. Oh, you didn't. That's so nice of you. You are the best. You are the best sidekick, man. Thanks for keeping people entertained. Appreciate you. Okay, so, hi everybody. We have 16 messages hanging out there. I'm going to work my way through this all. Let's start with Trish. So, the funny problem here, Trish, is you're asking about Paul and his happiness and his joy. Now, that's a trick question, right? Because it's not you, it's him. That said, men's got to kind of choose what a man chooses, right? They have to kind of... Men are dumb. Throw giant rocks at them, but that's besides the point. A man's got to decide what he thinks is going to work the best for him. And in making those choices, sometimes they realize that what they've chosen was not what it was presented as, and it becomes this whole different issue and this whole different complex. And so the man starts to have regrets. The man starts to have concerns. The man starts to have questions. In that moment, each man has to decide, do they have resolve to follow through on the choices that they've made, for better or for worse, and see what's on the outside? Or are they easily seduced and succumb to the temptations of other people, other energies, and other forms, thus making their loyalty questionable based upon their own happiness? Consider what his intentions are. Consider his flow. Paul's got to make the final choice for his own happiness, and you gotta let him kind of have it. If he cannot resolve himself, that's not a good man. That's not a safe man. That's not a well man. It's not even a man. That's a boy. Boys like to go with the moment. Men resolve themselves to a choice and follow through on it, for better or for worse. Hi, Alif. Good to see ya. Blessed saint, will I meet my true love this month? Which one? Which love? Which true love? And I say that being a little bit of a cheeky bastard because I don't believe in twin flames. And so if you do and I don't, it makes it really hard for the connective advice. But what I will say is that there is a lot of people that your soul will connect with. There's a lot of energy forms out there that you can find. There's a lot of energy for you to connect with. You choose where those connections go. You choose which ones to foster, which ones to grow up into something bigger. And then in the outcome, the result is ultimately your design that made it. So potential is there, but are you going to allow the energy to exchange, to grow, to expand, and to become something else? Or will you keep it to only the energies that you will accept and avoid other connections that don't meet your standard, don't meet your flow, don't meet your format? It's personal choice in your matter. And it's simply a matter of you having to resolve, kind of like the other guy, resolve yourself to your choice and to your form. A leaf asking about Kevin proposing. Krishna, page of wands. I don't know about this year. There's a like for the freedoms, there's a like for the forms. They enjoy the time spent, they enjoy the time done with, but for them it's a commitment. It's a commitment, and so they have to really decide if it's a commitment that they want to get themselves into, or if it's just a commitment for somebody else to get themselves into, and they will continue to play their life and their stay away in their format. That said, though, I don't get like a bad energy on this one. Like, you get some Knight of Wands types that are just pecker everywhere, and I don't get that vibe with it. I get more of their understanding of what a relationship will do for them versus what it actually does for them is different. They don't realize a stabilizing factor of it. And so marriage isn't necessarily the concept. Union might be more the concept. And just figuring out how to kind of work towards that union where possible. Rhonda asking about Kenny. Personal choice. Are you guys healthy together? Or is this just a familiarity thing? Because Six of Cups on the bottom side has me just wondering if the approach between you and Kenny, Rhonda, is about the familiarity and the time and the energy that you guys have already invested in, and not necessarily about something that can be exchanged or formatted with. What is healthy, what is not? What is love, what is lust? What sustains your growth? And what sustains the current state of being? When you can start to get a discernment on the lovers as to not be so much about, oh, beautiful romance, but the choice to do romance, the choice to do connection, and understanding and discerning the types of connections. That's where you start getting sort of a more wild liberation and wild format for things where possible. It's got to be, where possible, healthy choosing for all of us. We can't just be taking something because it's sweet and looks delicious and wonderful. But it's got to be commitment, steadfast, and all the way through. Good luck. Windy weather. My sister started using cards, and then she started noticing almost like a haunting started at home. Yeah, well, she's opened up herself, and so she's going to start perceiving more of the natural things going on around you. I mean, no offense, but just about all of us have at least 3 dead people walking through us right now, and that's just because there's a lot of energy moving through this planet. As you become more aware and more intuitive, you start to get to picking up the different energies and the different forms around you and realizing how very active our world actually is. Spirituality should be approached cautiously. It's nicely glamorized in a lot of media and pop culture, but there comes a point where if you're not taking it as a practice and instead taking it as an opportunity for power, you're usually going to get yourself seeing things that you're not quite ready to see. And developing awareness will make you more aware of what is happening and make what's happening happen more often. Quantum mechanics gets into how observable experiments adjust depending on the power or the point of the observer. And the same applies towards us in relation towards spiritual reality. As we adjust our observation of the experiment of life, the spiritual reality of life becomes more engaged with us and trying to demonstrate, show us things, and move through us. I've got 40 something new messages down below. I'm going to try and get through all of them. All requests will be honored 100% of the time. I always do that. And then the video will be reposted on YouTube after the fact. Jasmine, will Amar go to the aquarium with me this month? Jasmine, going to an aquarium? No. 10 of Wands comes up, oppression, stress, too much on the weight. The aquarium is a nice escape, but if somebody can't escape from the stresses that they're feeling in their personal life, it's not really helping anything. It's not really improving anything. So one of you or both of you needs to actually address the stress and what's causing the stress and what's causing the frustrations, and not just try to find ways to placate the mood. It's great going to a rave. Spending your rent to go on a rave, thinking that you'll feel better about your life after the fact, is not a good way to go to a rave. And so it's recognizing when you're just curing the symptoms of the frustration and not curing the real problem of the situation. Look deeper and see if you can find out where that extra weight is being put onto your back. And that, Jasmine, is how you'll be able to get things on a good flow. And so things like the aquarium can be a treat and not just an escape. Bethany, does Kirk want a real relationship? Bethany, Kirk. Kirk does want a real relationship, but it has to be a relationship that serves a certain format and serves a certain style. Hierophant, a lot of people like to think marriage. I like to think dogma. I like to think rigid beliefs. I like to think custom and form and control and having someone be sort of in their way and in their styling format. And so for you, Bethany, I would say there is a relationship type, but is it a type that you would acclimate to? Is it a type that you would work with? A real relationship, when we say a monogamous relationship, a lot of people assume that's what they mean by a real relationship. But a polyamorous or polygamous relationship is real just as well too. It's just a different format of relationship. I'm polyamorous. My partner is monogamous. Our relationship is a monogamous relationship. I don't play outside of the dynamic of the relationship because the relationship that we share has established rules, structures, and formats. And so because we're in that relationship, there is that agreement. Agreement creates the relationship. Agreement, consent, understanding, communication, exchange. If that's there, you have a relationship. Now you have to decide if it's a relationship that you want or not. If that's not there, then you don't have a relationship. You have a play partner. It's not committed. And a relationship anarchist probably doesn't have relationships quite in that same way, but it's still a relationship if they express that they will not be bound by any rules of a relationship. Relationships are fun. So, does Kirk want something? Yes. Is it a type of relationship? Yes. Is it a type of relationship that I think you would accept? I'm not so sure. And that's what I would recommend you guys kind of go leak into and look into. I see Rabbit trying to help out Windy Weather for that there. Thanks, Rabbit. When I get to the bottom, I want to see if there's more of that conversation going on. Horrible predictions? But the cards are never horrible. They're only horrible if you look to the dark side. What happened there? I want to see this deck. This sounds like a fun deck. I want this deck. This could be fun. This could be fun. Hi, Jordan. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the presents and glad that you hung out for a little bit. Jenna asking, will A ever pursue me? 29 messages. I want to see if there's more going on about this cursed deck. I love artifacts. I have so many things that I shouldn't have, but I love collecting them because who doesn't want to have a whole chest full of weird energetic enemies? And it's part of my job and part of my role, but we'll never get into discussing that because I get into trouble if I get too close to it. But some items just have that presence, right? And so I've got one deck that I got handed by another reader because they couldn't handle the imagery. And for me, it's just a stroll through the Gothic Park. It's great. Jenna asking about, will A ever pursue? My phrasing on it, he's sleeping on things. He's sleeping on what's good. He's sleeping on what's possible. He's sleeping on what potential is out there. And that's a pain in the butt, but let's be honest. Guys are kind of dumb and kind of oblivious and kind of not paying attention to what's around them. They get these blinders and they just go for their goals. They go for their desires. They go for their wants. It's unfortunate. It doesn't mean that he's any weaker or lesser or smaller. It just means that his focus isn't in your direction. If you want to try and get that focus in your direction, you got to be direct. You can't hope for coy things or small things to perk up his ears and make him realize that you exist. You have to make sure that you are apparent, that you exist to him very clearly. If not, it's not anything that's going to change. His focus is on where he sees his future in business and development and power and prominence and health, something to do with his own foundation. And so it's not a bad focus for a guy to have on, but he may not be necessarily looking at things that are immediately around him, and you're going to have to decide how you want to approach that. Good luck. Julie, positive good news coming to me this month. Looking for the positives. Get that. I'm sorry, it's been kind of a weird start to, I shouldn't say start, I should say finish. Spring's almost done. We're coming up to summer months here. Let's see what we got for Julie coming up. Julie, I really want to say message me. So the bottom card is the Wheel of Fortune, change and transformation, and most readers would say, just let it go. Trust the luck. The fate's got you. Everything's going to be fine. And I don't buy into that. Jesus, take the wheel, no thanks. Take your own wheel and guide you where you want to be. You have to steer the skid in the right direction so that you are safe, Julie. And that's the situation. That's the environment. Now, the main card that came up for you is Kali. Kali is a Honduran goddess that gets involved in relationships that are going through tough times, dances with the partners to try and teach them new ways to be in a relationship. If they're successful, then they are released off in happiness. If they're not successful, they are destroyed and annihilated so that new things can come and take their place. Change is going to happen, Julie. I am so sorry. Change is going to happen. Trust that the change is happening for the right reason. Direct yourself through it as best as you can. If you can get yourself on a path, on a course, on some goals and some plans, 5 goals that you want to accomplish before the end of this year, and just kind of use that as your guiding light to see yourself through as much of the chaos and as much of the panic as possible, good things will come out on the outside. When the time for communication comes, be honest, be direct, and do not be small. No woman should be small when discussing with another person. Never. The woman should speak the truth of her space, and that space must be respected. Period. If that space leads to a repulsion and pushing a person away, they didn't belong in your space. And I would rather good people hold their space in healthy ways for themselves than have their space be overwhelmed and taken over by something else. Good luck, Julie. Rabbit, I was thinking something similar, that the cards are activating and working with the energy around them, but there are cursed objects. There are cursed objects. I really want to see this deck. Melissa, will Mike want more than friendship? He wants structure, he wants systems. Spider-Woman is more about building up a good weapon, a good format, and so he's not 100% trusting, I think, of the energy between you two, and I think he's trying to figure out where exactly it's supposed to go and exactly what it's supposed to do. Otherwise, it becomes potentially disruptive to his well-being and his format. Be careful. Be cautious. If you want good things for this person, you need to make sure that they're understood very clearly and not just kind of overrunning and overriding and overtaking their personal autonomy. That's right there. The personal autonomy. They feel fearful that they can't be their own self around you, and so that has to be overcome first. Jordan, you don't need to have a specific question, although sometimes it does help. I just need consent. Consent's the big thing with whenever doing readings. If the consent is not there, then it's no good for everybody involved. Tracy Ann. Decision about staying in the relationship? I don't know. What's your up goal, right? Where do you want to be in 5-10 years? Relationships right now are probably going to be in sort of a tough run for the summer. Summer is chaos for everybody involved. So everybody, we're going to have a teaching moment. Tracy Ann's card is the Four of Swords. Laurel, Silvery, yours is the Ace of Cups. Haley, is my relationship okay? Three of Cups. All three of you are right. All three of you are right. And that's a weird way to say it, right? Tracy Ann, with you, it's saying Four of Swords. You need to relax and just rest with it and go with it through a few moves and see what comes out on the outside. You need to take the time. Silver Eye, yeah, she's in love. She's always in love. That's the way her heart goes. It's abundant, it overflows, and it just goes through all these wild motions. Haley, yeah, it's okay, but your friends are right. There's a few things there where they're not treating you right, not caring for you right, not doing anything for you right. And we're in these vibes because it's springtime, guys. It's spring and we're connecting deeper and more intricately with the people around us and realizing some things work, some things don't. Thing is, a lot of us get into summer distraction and we never actually discuss these things that are affecting us in the spring. In the fall, you will return to your cave. In the cave, you will rest and hibernate for the winter. Coming out from the winter, you will rediscover yourself in the spring, and in that rediscovery, you will demonstrate your best potential in the summer, only to return back to the cave in the fall. Use that summer potential, not just to enjoy experience, but to improve experience. Discuss the things that are worrying you about your partner, whether things are working or not. We had that conversation last night, just myself, and the fact that I don't pay enough attention, and nor do I make a commitment of time in the right space, in the right field. We're going to Shambhala. I'm gone for the next 5 weeks. I work all Shambhala. I work every day that the festival is going on. So from my perspective, I'm working and I will work you in around that time. Last year, all that off time was spent on them, but they did not feel the quality of the time because the effort wasn't about what was needed. The effort was about just showing up. And sometimes it needs to be deeper than that. Tracy Ann, the deeper is, where are you guys going to be able to relax? Silver Eye, the focus is can you accept somebody has free love to give? Haley, can you accept that your friends aren't always going to feel like your person is the right one for you because your friends think you can do better at all times? They always want what's best for you, and that's fair of them to want, right? That's half the catch here. So work with it all gingerly, guys. Work with it all carefully. You guys will all see yourselves through. And remember, this is just the spring huffle. As long as you're willing to communicate, express, and be honest with yourselves and your partners and your others, that's where you'll get the healthy relationships happening, and that's where you'll get the better feelings for yourself happening. Good luck, all three of you. No, I don't do messages, Lily. Lily the Fifth. I like that name. Fifth Element. I don't really do, I don't do psychic messages, and I don't do mediumship, but I understand sometimes things will just come out in random discourse, and that's what I trust, is random discourse, random chance, random chaos. Random chaos is what gives me the cards that I'm looking for, and in doing so, I get to provide messages of understanding for others. I trust the random process. And so if you've got a question, that's great. If you just want a random, I'll just do a random, because that's just as much fun for me. Sheila, did my husband Jay cheat on me with Wendy while they were in Florida? Confirmer? Oh. So the confirming card is the Three of Swords. Define cheating, though. Define cheating. Like, I have had a number of times where I have been emotionally abundant with people that are not my monogamous partner. Not currently. Not currently, I should speak, but over the course, let's be honest, between my teen years, like I started dating or trying to date when I was 13, and I had my first sexual experience at 16, and then it's been kind of buck wild since then. And I'll be honest, my engagement with people has been physical, mental, spiritual, emotional. I've hit with people on one level of the four or three levels of the four, or sometimes maybe four or four once in a while, but there's always been that opportunity for connection, right? Your gut is telling you that there is something between these two individuals that's bigger than what you're being told. And I'm not going to disagree with that, but I don't know if I would call it physical cheating or if I would call it emotional cheating. Emotional or intellectual cheating. If you're in a monogamous relationship and you're talking about your partner with somebody else that's not in the relationship, it can be a violation, especially if that person has intentions to take you away from the relationship or to hurt the relationship in other ways. That's why you should really only talk to close friends, confidants, or therapists when it comes to relationships, but that's monogamous setups. In other setups, you have a little bit more liberty and a little bit more leeway, and you can work around some of those mechanisms. They expressed something. He is gaining some amount of emotional sustenance and care and concern from her, and it's something that will have to be addressed sooner than later, because that's going to be problematic. Windy Weather, you and I totally need to chat sometime. Good luck, Sheila. Kathy, why is T in my dream plane? Was it the dream plane intuitive or the dream plane interpretive? Was it like a deja vu or was it like a movie dream? A good show. Because different reasons on both. Cards say... Boop, boop, boop. I'm going to say this one's a call out. Trying to connect, they're in a bad state, bad flow, or bad format, or you might be, and one or the other is trying to send energy in the opposite direction. So there's an intention to connect behind it. I don't know if I'd want to engage with that connection, but that really does kind of depend on your history and your format. Jordan, what would I most benefit from working on or learning from? Let's find that out. I agree, blessing the space, saging the house, getting everything into a good format, rabbits on the right track, Windy Weather. Also blessing the cards or smudging the cards. Smoke rises up through the cards and you just kind of disperse them, shuffle them in the smoke, things like that. I'm still leaning on Cursed Object though. There are some cards that just have a personality, man. They just have a personality. Jordan, what would I most benefit from working on or learning from? You've got 8 cups. 8 cups should divide evenly into 4 and 4, but for whatever reason in front of us, they are being divided into 5 and 3. Why are they being divided this way? Well, somebody has a need. Is the need real, genuine, rational, logical, or is it just desire, a want, a lust? When one can understand the reason behind a person's need, they can then make a choice about either accepting the need and going with it, or rejecting the need and walking away. A partner with a busted hip needs more time and more support than a partner with 2 working hips. And that's just the reality of life. But if we don't take the time to get to know people on their level and on their format, we'll never understand why they are saying the needs that they have. Look deep. Not too deep, because we don't want to invade people's space, of course, but look deep into the people that you're interacting with and connecting with, and especially the ones that give you that, why are they like that? Because that's a really good place to get insights into how some people experience life. Good developments of empathy, connection, and growth that can kind of come up through it. Allows us... I'm getting distracted. Allows us, Jordan, to see ourselves getting into that higher level, higher form, higher connectivity, and really sort of diving down into a natural state of observing people, not from our own perspective, but from their opportunity of themselves. Detach a little bit, maybe, but in doing so, you get a broader understanding of what's happening around you. Good luck, Jordan. I'm getting so into this conversation between Rabbit and Windy Weather. Yeah, like if it's coming in brand new, that means it's like every time they print a deck, they're taking these random energies and slapping them into them, right? And so out of, say, a print of 1,000, I would only expect one of them to be the perfect summation of the energy of that of that print. And that one I would call the avatar deck, the pinnacle deck, the one that embodies the most of the spirit of the deck that was designed. It's the focal point. Now, if it's a regular Rider-Waite, that's one problem. If it's a more artistic deck, stylized or things of that format, or more unique, that could be one of the reigning factors here. Some decks just have a really bad personality, and to bring a deck into a space and open it up shouldn't activate the space quite that badly unless the deck had something going on with it in the first place. So my focus is still on what's going on with this deck. We caught Yashili. Mercy! Is Jeff mad at me and talking bad about me? Well, he's not being fair. Yes, he's not being fair. You know the answer to this one. Why are you even asking me? Mercy. Mercy. Tell Jeff to stop fucking gabbing to everybody else. If he's got issues, he's got things, he needs to bring it to you, and you guys need to size up and measure up on it. But as long as he's running around trying to make everybody else feel a way about you, he's not doing you or himself any favors or any good. Be careful with that one. It could be bad vibe, could be bad flow, could be bad nature of the soul. But an individual that has to discuss and engage others in order to make themselves feel better is a dangerous person. Be careful with that energy. Be mindful of what their intentions are. I am working my way through all the requests. I've got 84 new messages down on the bottom though, so work with me. I'll get down there, and all requests will be honored. That is a promise. Mirka, will I go to London this year? This one's a little bit of an easier one, so let's just shoot at it straight. Pick somewhere else. Not necessarily, well, no, you won't accept anywhere else. You can, but make sure that you're willing to make there's going to be sacrifices in order to make this one go. And I don't know if you're willing to actually sacrifice that much in order to make it happen. So be mindful, be careful, be smart. Be mindful, be careful, be smart. Make sure it's something that you can actually work yourself into and not get yourself overwhelmed with. Dandy. Odin card on this one, but also the King of Cups. Finding that emotional maturity and communication. There's some items and things that need to be expressed, and you need to make sure that you're getting into the expression sooner than later. If you don't allow yourself to actually let it unfold, it's going to become more of a toxic energy within you. Let yourself have your emotional communication time. Emotional communication does not make you weaker. If anything, it allows you more versatile language to use with other people in the future. Sanu, will I have future with P? Do you want a future that is specific to your design, or do you want a future that's just comfortable sharing space, sharing time, and sharing flow? If you're looking for someone that is going to be that everybody, then maybe not this person. If you want them to change themselves to fill a role as well too, that's not going to do good for either of you. So pick carefully. Is this actually about healthy development and taking care of each other, or is this about having a means of control and focus around each other? Faith Nicole, we'll get you next. Eight of Cups coming up for you, Faith Nicole. Eight of Cups represents unbalanced situations and unfair dynamics. You might have been around to hear what I was just quipping about this a few cards up above. So taking it to a new level with you, focusing it... Yeah. We choose what we tolerate. Yours is specifically about choosing what we tolerate. And in allowing certain things to happen, it's not that you're compromising yourself, it's you're being compassionate to the moment and compassionate to the mood. Make sure that you are actually comfortable with this though. Not everybody wants to be a caretaker for others in the future. And when we get to that weird spot that we have to start doing extreme care for another person, we sometimes feel like we're being taken advantage of, used, overrun for their intention and their form. So, good luck. Make sure that you're picking people that actually satisfy in exchange and return. Siobhan, will Ollie come home? Who's Ollie? I'm holding on to these ones to the side so we can talk about it, Siobhan. What are maybe. Maybe. What do they perceive as home? Might be more specific to the question. If they feel that their space is where they belong, then they are home. They are home, and you have to reevaluate the way that they perceive that format. If you want to be their home, that's something else entirely. Hi, Bae. Welcome back. Yeah, trying to get through it all. I did get you, Faith. Will H come back? I believe I did. If I do miss anybody by mistake, let me know. I can always follow up after the bit as well too. And the replay will be up on YouTube after the show is done. Jay, will I get married again? Married for love, maybe not. Married for support, married for companionship, married for comfort. Now, married for love is very much passion driven. Married for comfort is more about finding someone that you feel like you can share space with over the long term. A lot of us really can't. A lot of us have a tough time sharing space, sharing vibes, sharing energy. And so when we have somebody else in that space and in that flow, it just feels like we're being overwhelmed and overtaken. And so finding someone that you can have an amicable dynamic with that brings good growth and maintenance to both of your guys' spaces together, sometimes it's just the name of the game. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just reframes the way that we see marriage from being something about love and doves and being more about a practical agreement between people. Just what it was really in the beginning anyway. Janelle asking about hearing from an agent tomorrow. This is the only card that'll ascribe to money, so possibly. Good ideas, probably. Good opportunities, good money, good potential. I think so. Emily, will I get engaged this year? Do you want to? Devil card. What are you getting engaged to? What do you guys really want out of life? Devil is anything that puts a collar around your neck and leads you around by a leash. And some of us, we want that some power over top of us. We want to be controlled that way. And other of us, not quite. So the question for you is, do you want the collar or do you want the leash? Or do you want neither? If you want neither and don't want to get into that system, then be really, really careful with the partner that you're currently hanging around with or your own concept of what a relationship is supposed to be. If you allow it to be instead a manner of control over you and you're accepting of that, all the power to you. But it's going to be control. It's going to be very much about control. Good luck. I'm trying to get through. I'm at 70 now. Will my marriage get better? By Cobra. How do we make this marriage better, guys? It can, but it needs to be about both your guys' health. There's time spent's great. Quality time spent is better. Quality time spent on something that makes you both healthy is supreme. And sometimes it's things like hiking, swimming pools, tennis, badminton, something sportsy, hiking, biking. Biking is fantastic. I love biking with my partner. It is absolutely phenomenal. The elements of that are probably going to be the best flavor for you guys to make things work on a bit more of a level. Time spent improving yourselves with each other. Brianna, am I healthy and will my dad beat cancer? If you want to talk about your dad, let's talk about your dad in another forum, not necessarily here. At this time, you're developing, you're growing, you're healing. You're in an okay state. I'm not too worried about you right now, Brianna, but if you want to chat about your dad, reach out to me because that's going to be a big one. That's going to be a big one. All fathers have to go at some point. That's just a reality of life, a reality of form. And when we start to recognize that certain things are a process that cannot be escaped, it becomes less about fighting that it's happening and more just sort of finding peace with that it is happening. That's the unfortunate trick here. You got to find that way to make peace with what is to come. Nikki Gale, what's going on with the relationship with me and Gary? Lily the Fifth, I'll get you next. 6 of Swords for Nikki Gale. You guys need to get into sort of a refugee kind of mindset, moving away from past, moving away from the past. What's happened in the past is in the past, it's done, it's in the past. And allowing yourselves to see the future as something new, fresh, and brand new will let you both have a moment of forgiveness and liberation from the past. You both need it though. You really, really do need to understand that without forgiveness, there is no future. So the relationship, it's going nowhere without that or of forgiveness and letting go of what was, so that you guys can have that possibility of a future. Lily the 5th. Got 67 new messages. It's always fun trying to get back to the bottom after it starts to take off. 7 of Cups coming up for you, Lily. Now, this is one of those favorite cards for people to say, well, it's a cheater card, and it's someone trying to pull the wool over your eyes, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and things of that sort. And I think with it, it's more the matter of we perceive reality for what we want, not necessarily for what it is. That's, if emotions get in the way, then you start to suffer this weird state where you're no longer interpreting logically, rationally, or emotionally, but interpreting, you're wanting to interpret emotionally. I'm getting kiboshed off course here. Reality's out there, you're right here. Perspective creates format of this lens that you are observing all things within. And so being able to understand that this perspective here is only a result of this lens, fending things and filtering things in these particular ways. If you can remove that lens, you see things more broadly, and all the things become distorted to you, not because they are distorted, but because your previous vision was. So in that release of the previous distortion, you now have to relearn things and re-understand things and re-experience things, and it creates a spark of fear, the desire to not necessarily lose oneself into a whole new state of discovery and hold on to what is familiar, what is comfortable, or what we want it to be. And it's that key phrase, what we want it to be, that I would direct mostly towards you, Lily. Making sure that you're not letting things become too much about how you want it to be framed and how you want it to be shaped, and accept what things are in front of you as much for truth as possible where possible. Good luck, Lily. Mama Life. My daughter moved out all of a sudden. Will she move back home soon? Define soon. Be supportive, be caring, be compassionate. She's trying to do a nice thing, but you can't do nice things for some people. And when we've talked, Sheila, we've talked. Did my husband cheat? Ramen deep. I don't know about cheating. There's something else that they might have felt like they have fallen short on, failed to do, or failed to accomplish. And so that's ramen deep. I think that's what you're getting a hint of, is what the other thing that they failed to do kind of creeping up on you. Mama Angel 16, good day to you too. Will AD and I end things because of the situation? That's a good question, Nori. Let's fire through that. 52 messages to go. We're trying. Nori, will AD and I end things because of the situation? No, you guys can find a way to make this work, but you got to both be willing to actually work with each other's gravity. Communication, respect being kind of paramount things here, but even more than that, a willingness to work and adapt for sure. And if you're being flexible, reactive, adaptive, I think you guys will get through just fine, Nori. Good luck. Leanne, does B want me to contact him? Do you want to contact him? Contact him if you want to contact him. It's why play the mind games? Why play the mind games? Why play the little bits? If you want contact, reach out and get contact. If they can't be direct, there's got to be a good reason why. And if the good reason isn't a healthy reason, you don't want that contact, Leanne. It's not worth it. Bunny Brevin, will Billy and I end up reconnecting by the end of 2024? Bunny, I don't know if it's going to be him. It's going to be different connections, though. Connections are neat. Connections are really, really neat. Don't be afraid to explore the new connections that are available now that other connections are no longer in the way. Mercy, we did talk about this one. Yami, am I getting an apartment soon? And if you missed your card, then I will have the replay up on YouTube shortly after the show is done. And so you're always welcome to kind of catch things on there as well too. Yami, who doesn't let you move out? Who is the authority figure that says that you're not allowed to leave? Because it ultimately comes down to breaking that chain and going and having the space on your own accord, rather than letting somebody else wait to give you permission. You're going to have to take permission for yourself. So could you? Maybe, possibly, but you gotta break somebody else's chain over you before that can actually happen. Good luck. Bree Lynn, will my job give me a new role to help my disability? Legally, they might have to. I don't know what province, state, or country you are in, but double check what your legal standards are based on your labor code for your local region. I say, though, yes, you're okay. They're probably going to try and find a way to work with you rather than against you, because they do see you as being a major focus and part of this business. And so keeping you around is more to their benefit than not keeping you around. Good things that come through with that as a result. Megan, is my person of interest being distant because he is being shitty towards me? I would say yes. Seven of Swords is usually the wolf in sheep's clothing, looking to be tactical, logical. I'm going to play hard to get. She's going to have to pay more attention to me. She's going to have to do the work because I'm not going to do it. That kind of bullshittery, right? And they're usually looking to see you as an asset or something of a game or something to kind of work with, work against, not with. You're going to want to make sure you're doing what you can to avoid letting them overwhelm your defenses and your state of well-being. Don't give them money. Don't give them money. Never give them the money. Always protect your money. Thanks for popping in. Wilderness Angel, is my husband and I going to be okay? Health issues. Health issues. I know, I don't like health issues either. Try again. Hi, Bo, we'll get you on the list here too. Yeah, you guys should be fine. Like, there's things that you are both genetically aware of that are going to creep up on you anyway, because let's be honest, old age happens. You guys, we all get older. It's just part of the flow of life. But as long as you're paying attention to the signs and paying attention to the indicators, then yeah, you should be generally okay. Bow? Met a Vietnamese feller. I think it was the same spelling. He was Bao. But I could be mistaken on that. Your card's the Five of Cups, kind of being fixated on what's been lost and what's been taken away, and not fixating on what you still got going on around you. Sorry, I just got kicked in the back. And needing to make sure that you're not letting yourself become obsessed with loss and obsessed with departure. If a lot of things are going, I gotcha. Got it. I don't know how to make you a mod, my girl. I wish I did. How do I make you a mod? Add moderator. I'll let you even manage guests. Sorry, I just got a message from Rabbit. Rabbit's awesome. She is now a mod. Congratulations! Welcome to the team? Welcome to the team. Anyway, it's about making sure that you're not letting things kind of fixate and run away off on you, and allowing things to be not a fixation on what's been lost, but looking around to see what silver linings and good things still exist around you so that good, healthy things can come through as a result. So, good luck, Bo. Just make sure that you're keeping it entirely about good growth, good happiness, and good well-being. Wow, that was a lot of one single message. Thanks for taking care of that, gal. Bo. Let's see if I can find the right one. Charlotte Palla. We're on to you. Charlotte Palla, yes. Yes. The trick with Venus of Willendorf is recognizing that the abundance comes from the fullness. Take some time to kind of make a focus on romance and care time for each other. And with that energy and devotion into each other, I think there will be a nice turnaround of things and formats. So I think you've got it moving in the right direction. And it's just about allowing it to grow, develop, and harness itself into the happiness that you guys both deserve. Positive mindsets, positive attitudes, and positive push. Brandy, will I pass my ASVAB test this month at MEEPS? I don't think it'll be a pass. I'm so sorry. Ten of Swords is usually towards despair, collapse, crush. You stress yourself out before the testing, and you need to knock that off. Any way that you can find to alleviate the tension before going into the testing is going to be a help. Don't cram the night before. Try to space it out like a week before. And realistically, trust yourself. If you trust yourself going into testing situations, you'll usually do better, at least 5-10% better just on that alone. Let yourself trust yourself. and believe that you can actually accomplish these things. Crystal, does David still love me, or has he moved on? He's making the moves. It sucks when we have someone that we're really attached to that starts to drift away. And like the Ace of Wands is usually a bright fire, a bright intensity, and a bright flow. And so, Crystal, I totally get it. You would love for David to still be your main attachment, your main form. You would want it to be that primary dynamic and that primary energy. So my big thing is sometimes the torch that brought us together becomes blinding and too much. It overwhelms us and we have to escape. Allowing that escape to occur is important because it lets people grow and develop and become new and better people in themselves. The downside to it is sometimes you do still love people even though they're not around anymore. And being able to tolerate that level of connection is a hard lifelong dream. Good luck. Trust though that you guys built something for a purpose, and now the lessons and the experiences from it will carry you guys through to what needs to come next. Just take your time. All will be well. Liliana, am I George R's home? I'll throw this one in too because I know that other one was a little bit of a funky. You'd like to be? Hanged Man, 12 of Major Arcana. Home shouldn't be a place that somebody feels stuck. You both feel somewhat stuck, and that's not necessarily right. So if you can figure out where and why and how to kind of accommodate that and get that connection back together, I think good things will kind of come through in the long run. But it's going to take a little bit of time to get past that stuck sensation. Take your time with it. Take your time evolving with it. Ramandeep, I did hit your question earlier, and I will have it on replay. If you can't track it down, shoot me a message, and we'll figure it out after I'm done the show. Shireen will Mohammed, contact me anytime. Should he? Should he? Death card, transformation and metamorphosis. What is he? What is being stepped upon or abandoned in order for this connection to grow and develop? And once that is understood, then follow through in whatever direction you value best. But you're going to want to be really, really careful that you don't allow yourself to just jump into something without understanding the cost of the transformation. Sue, does Frank miss me? Sue, there's definitely thoughts of you, but there's hesitation on reconnect or trying to reunite. Do you miss the person that left you with your deepest scars? Or do you reminisce about a time when it was positive with the person that left you your deepest scars? There's something in there that creates sort of this weird conflict back and forth. And you guys are going to want to make sure, like if you try to reconnect with this person, make sure you're aware of where those scars are at in their healing process. Because if you provided that wound in the first place, they may think it's fair to take blood from you after the fact. Jamila, will Eric come back to me? Some people you have to let go and let them go through their evolution, their transformation. Sometimes you just gotta let them be. My gut instinct on it is a no, simply because their pursuit is not towards what was, but towards what possibly could be. They don't do repeats, might be one way to describe it. They feel they have a need that they have to fit, that they have to change. So, not convinced. I'm so sorry. So sorry, Jamila. Hi, Chris. How's it going? Looking down. Chris would love a card. We got you. Hello, Kimberly. Hope you're still around. Thanks so much for popping on in. Chris would love a card. Please. Chris's card is coming up with the 8 of Wands to transformation, metamorphosis, and quick-moving action into new states and new possibilities. Allowing oneself to go with the breeze, with the flow. The leaf is going to flutter along, and it doesn't really have a lot of choice of where it's going to flutter to. Recognizing that the winds that blow against you, the more that you open your sails to catch them, the more they're going to push you around. And as long as you are willing to accept the consequences of being pushed by winds that aren't of your control, and allowing yourself to go through the motions of transformation, heights, lows, and all the fun in between of it. It's change, it's movement, it's wonderful if one is planning for it. If one's not planning for it, just make sure that you're handling yourself wisely, safely, and securely. Good luck, Chris. Hello again, Kimberly. Kate, Roland, will Joshua propose to me? Hello, Phoenix, Arizona. Poob, Lala. thank you so much for coming on in. Nope, just Poob. Poob and Lala. Lala's a separate one. The small graphics on people's icons throw me for a loop sometimes. Poob from Phoenix, Arizona. So we got Kate, Lala, and then I've got a few new messages down below. We're going to keep hammering through this. If you can't wait for your message, I totally get it. They will be on YouTube after the fact under Lopic Magic House. If you can wait, I'd love to have you hang around and interact. Kate, will Joshua propose to me? He's still doing some development in his own self. He's a career. Career feels like the big interference here. Career stability. Maybe feeling like he doesn't necessarily have the money, the finance, or the ability to provide the proposal or ring that you are seeking. And a lot of guys overthink this. Just sort of softly remind him that it doesn't have to be anything too wild. Within reason. Like we don't want to be cracker box rings. Yes, that was great in the 70s and the 80s, but we're getting older now. We like a little bit more class where possible. Lala, what have my dreams been trying to tell me? Open up the heart and trust your own ability to take control and change the moment to one of victory. The chariot is two wolves, the white wolf, the black wolf. The white wolf is steadfast, loyal, will always do what you tell it to do, will always fall into good order. It always does what it needs to do based on you. Black wolf, on the other hand, always wants to go running off, running amok, and doing its own chaos and doing its own havoc. You have to trust yourself to bring both of these creatures under control and guide them through all the processes that you want to overcome. In doing so, you become unstoppable. You can achieve over top of anything, but you gotta be in control of your own dark side in order to make that happen. If you allow your dark side to run amok, run loose, run chaos, run havoc, it's going to undermine your white horse and screw you up in the long run, Lala. So make sure that you're using both horses appropriately to the moment that they're in, and not just letting the one overpower the other all the time and take you away from the best possibilities. Good luck, Lala. Rich wants a card. Let's see what we got for Richard. Nice try, guys. No jumpers. Rich. Rich, healing sucks. Healing absolutely sucks. And being able to address the things that have happened in our past that have changed us and transformed us is tricky, because sometimes what the kids call a canon moment is absolutely defining to who we are, but underneath that canon event is some serious trauma that does not belong in any person's life. Because we tend to want to be the strong ones in a moment, we don't look at the trauma inspired by a canon moment and realize it for what it is: trauma, stress, destruction, bad voodoo bullshit. In doing so, we play it down. Well, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that awful. It wasn't really a bad moment, but it really was. You have every right and every permission to acknowledge the moments were what they were. You don't have to downplay your experiences in order to make yourself feel like you're okay. None of us are actually okay. Most of us are faking it. But the sooner that we can acknowledge where our own wounds are at, the sooner that we can get on top of them, challenge them, and try to change them before they change us. Good luck, Richard. Nikita, will Unique propose to me? It's summer. Everyone's got romance in the mind. You guys, maybe. Maybe there's something to a trip, a development, or something that you have to do together this year. If that together event goes really, really, really well, then there is a chance that you might see some kind of change to your marriage standing in the future. But it's got to go through that transfer first. It's got to go through that journey of discovery, exploration, and development with one another. Good luck, Nikita. Tammy Freycoats. Once a card. Ten of Wands relates towards taking too much on your shoulders and too much on your back and not letting yourself have the time to actually breathe in between effort and between work. Tammy, slow down. You're moving too fast. You got to make the morning last. Just kicking down cobblestones and whistling for fun and feeling groovy. Have yourself a little bit of fun. Play the song, play the music, play the journey, play the moment that makes it lighter. That way it's not about you struggling against the effort, but rather you enjoying the moon and the environment while you're doing something that might not be necessarily comfortable. Control the experience through other ways besides just hurting your own shoulder. Andrea, will Erwin choose to move in with me? Let's take a look. Did you offer it? If you offered it, then I would say yes. Easy yes. It seems to be satisfying, good company, good form, good energy. Marie Louis, can I have a card, please? Yes, you may. 9 of stones coming up for you, Marie. Development, growth. It's sometimes about connecting with the right business partners and business flows, but I think it's more, even better than that. It's more about development of your own health, your own routines, and your own well-being for yourself. Basically getting down to the foundational pieces, seeing how they all fit together to create the perfect body. The right routine of sleep, the right routine of exercise, the right routine of food. And through this mastery of your own routines and your own formats, you get yourself into a healthier state, healthier flow, stronger dynamics. Good luck. Amandus, will me and S speak in June? It's communication. It's just not the communication that you might be looking for. 5 of Swords usually relates towards information that just does not hit the point. The person's not learning, the person's not developing, and especially with this card, they just want to be a beast about it. They just want to be an asshole. I am so sorry. But you're going to want to make sure that as you're trying to have the conversation, that it's not even about making them hear you or making them believe you. It's about simply expressing and communicating. If both parties can do at least that much without killing one another, I think it'll be possibly a better outcome than what it could be otherwise. Manda Panda 36, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on in. Flower Girl Tracy, will I move back closer to my family this year? You'll have to tell me what this moon glow is doing later. I'm up to 75 again. I'm going to keep trying to pound my way through. Tracy, will I move back closer to my family this year? Out of necessity, maybe. Out of necessity, maybe. But remember that doesn't make it that doesn't cheapen you, that doesn't lessen you, that doesn't diminish you. Sometimes the situations just change in such a manner that it's unable to recover the way that you would like it to. And so just honestly, Tracy, allow yourself to reconnect with the places that are going to give you the safety and the security that you need. And that's what's going to help you. That's what's going to help you move over the best. Sometimes we just get into a bad spot. And I say everybody deserves a return back home at least once. When it becomes 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 8th time, that's when it's problematic. But sometimes you just need to come back home and recover. It just is what it is. Brenna, new here. What do you see for me? Hi, Brenna. Let's see what we got for you. Brenna. Coming up with the Alchemy card, that's this card's version of the Temperance, balance and mixture, recognizing how two things can come together to either create something new or entirely divide themselves apart from one another. Water and oil, for example. We know for a fact that they will never really mix unless there is a direct force that's applied against them. Other things like two gases just love to get into each other. And so being able to recognize the manifestation that's potential in front of you based around the dynamic of flow with and through you. If you can make it so that you understand the mechanisms, the principles, the processes, way better things come through as a result because it allows you the empowerment over the moment through knowledge. Knowledge and understanding allows us to see the greater perspective and the greater flow, and that's where we get ourselves evolved to higher level state and higher level consciousness. Good luck. Kimberly Northcutt, what can the cards tell me? Kali is coming up for you, Kimberly. That's a Honduran goddess that gets involved in relationships that need to go through development, change, and transformation, allowing the people to learn new methods of dancing and moving with one another, and improving their communication and expression back and forth. When it's done well, they become better, they become healthier, and off they go. When it's done poorly, then Kali cuts off the head of the dumbass man and sets the woman free to find new, happier connections for herself. So good times for you, most likely, but just make sure that if you don't want this relationship to crash and burn, you're working on communication above all else. Communication, expression, and understanding where possible. Good luck. Samriti Mitral. Card comes up with the 6 of Swords, learning new things, discovering new lands, exploring new territory. There's some things in you that you're going to have to break free from, possibly old heritages or ideologies or beliefs or faiths, allowing yourself to move away and through past it to find new understandings and new formats for yourself. Break free from old thoughts, break free from old opinions, break free from old forms. Jas says, Amar, my future husband. I am at 100 now, so I'm behind. He's only your husband if you capture him as your husband. You got to make sure that you understand that as you connect with people, you spin webs around them. You evolve in a way that they become part of your system and part of your form. If you want to make this person a part of you, keep doing what you're doing. Teresa, will Jay accept the job offer? They're thinking about it, but they're unsure. They're unsure if they can accept it. There's something to the offer that prevents them from actually having a direct opportunity with it. And that's problematic. That is regrettably recognizing that a person may not be ready for this movement. Talk to Jay and see if you can kind of push them into a little bit, because it just needs that little bit of encouragement from the backside. Sunshine, should I move on from my XD? When you're ready. You're not quite done healing from it. You should move on, yes, but you're not quite done healing from it. And the big thing is really making your own space feel right. If they shared a lot of space at home with you, then that could be a problem, and there's a lot of their story energy hanging out in there. Clean out the house, clean out their old crap, make sure you get it back into a way that's yours and entirely yours. Ziffo, will I conceive by September? Maybe. Overflowing. Lots. You got to do it lots, but have fun. Have fun, go hard, and eventually it might kind of kick through. Start to memorize your cycle format as well, too. Try to be more proactive while you're ovulating versus when you're not. And really, really, really just kind of dive into it and don't really stress that it's not happening fast enough. Instead, appreciate that you get to share that time and keep trying. Kamal, hi. Tippy, how do I start communicating with my spirit guides in the best way possible? Honestly, meditation. But meditation in the format that is accustomed to you. A warrior meditates on the battlefield. A poet meditates in stage performance. Scholar meditates in study, in research, in inquiry. The priest meditates in prayer. And so once you know sort of what your format is, Yippee, then you can start putting your energy into developing yourself from that format and from that style. And that's the most powerful way, ultimately. By knowing yourself and getting to know yourself even deeper, you get yourself enhanced and expanded out of being just a physical form and into being your whole spiritual council that's operating through you and around you. Kamal Dillon, will I pass my RN exam? You're getting there. Yes, trust yourself. Trust yourself. You keep selling yourself short, thinking that you haven't learned enough. You have learned plenty, Kamal. You have learned plenty. No stress. Trust your own instincts. Trust your own gut. Don't overthink your selections. Don't overthink your actions. Just trust yourself. Thado asking about the trip this weekend. Will it be successful? Is it a trip home? Is it a trip looking for a place that feels like home or feels like satisfaction or feels like celebration? Then yeah, absolutely, it'll be exactly what you're looking for. I think it's going to be a good trip all around regardless. Hi, Race Girl. Race Girl 48, good to meet ya. Sunshine, yes. Move on from the X. That's a repeat. Excellent. I do love it when I get to repeats because then I know I'm at least not that far behind. 98 new messages though. And so it's going to be a little bit tricky as I get my way through all of them. At least a lot of them are duplicates though, so that does help me in sizing down the number really fast. Caro, can I have a card please? Sure. Caro, Sun, light, new beginnings, new starts, new joy. Some people like to see this as a pregnancy card. I like to see it more in the vein of allowing new energy to flow into your form and flow into your sphere. Allowing yourself to embrace new beginnings and new starts is a matter of radiation, a matter of release from what is burning inside of you to what you want out there, an expression of will, an expression of desire, an expression of possibility. Shine yourself bright, shine yourself strong, good things come through in the long run. Rosalie wants a card as well. What do we got for Rosalie? Rosalie, your card's coming up with the Daughter of Wands in the East, Radha. I haven't researched enough on Radha, but I do know joy, satisfaction, and sweet, sweet melody, enhancing people's moods and enhancing people's opportunity. You get to play on the stage a little bit. Maybe it's time to dance around, enjoy the show. Maybe it's about getting down to the raves. Maybe it's about getting down to the festivals. Maybe it's just about playing in the local pub, in the local bar, or at the local karaoke. Whatever it needs to be, it's your opportunity to go and enjoy the experience, the mood, because you are the mood setter. Step in, change the mood of the room, change the environment of the energy, let good things radiate through you as a result. Belle, is GM will marry me soon? Everyone's on the marriage bit because summer's right around the corner. Who are you competing with? I feel like there's someone that you might be competing with on this one, Belle, and if that's the case, be careful about that. I am not a fan of competition when it comes to romance, especially if it's supposed to be monogamous romance. That can usually be a big, big red flag. So there's a means to be defensive, protective, and guarding what is yours. Be ready to have to stand on guard a little bit and stand up for what is right. Tanya, does Kay feel bad for what he did? He's justifying it. No, he's justifying it and saying that was that was that person's service to me. They were supposed to give it to me. They were supposed to do that for me. They were supposed to be that way. They are supposed to apply that way. And that kind of mindset is unhealthy. That kind of mindset is toxic. That kind of mindset is predatorial. Major red flag there that I don't like. Doesn't have one of my extreme warnings on it, but I don't like the dynamic of it. So Tanya, I don't think he feels bad, and I think he's dangerous. Christina, Scorpio, husband Nigel, Aries, I could definitely give you guys some advice because that water-fire dynamic is tough, really, really tough. I've got something similar myself. My general vibe on it, you guys will be fine, but you got to keep choosing each other and making the choice about each other. We could definitely do a love reading if you are both up for that. Shoot me a message, and I love doing private sessions, especially on love readings, because the point is about increasing the communication and increasing the understanding, right? But you both have some desires that need to be explored, and until those desires are being explored, I don't think you guys are going to be really as happy as you want to be. Scrolling my way through, there's lots of repeats, so I'm going to be able to get through a good chunk of these. Give me a minute here. Amber Larson, I have a protective order from my daughter's dad, and I want to know, renew it to see if it will get renewed at all. Yeah, you want that protective order back on. If you renew it, it's not going to take a lot of justification, but they will be very likely to hear you out on the process and the concerns there. There's some validity to your concerns. There is. So I would say, yeah, shoot for it. If you don't like it and don't want that, if you don't want it to lapse, renew it. CEO, Flo Gibbs. Nice to see you, Flo. Thanks so much for joining us here today. When will me and Tiffany resolve our love issues to move forward? Let's see what we got on this one, and then I'm going to shuffle up the whole deck again. Which one of you is the Isis role? Isis means one of you is trying to stitch together the other person and make them who they think they are. And sometimes it works because the people are seeing each other honestly and clearly. Sometimes it doesn't work quite the way that we want it to because the free will of the individual that we're trying to help gets in the way. I can get this for you. I can do this for you. Well, no, I want to do it myself. And it becomes this bickering of willpowers against one another because both parties want to be successful but in their own way. If you can get around that opposition and down to the principles of working for shared goal, shared topic, shared objective, you guys can get through this without too many issues. And then it's more underlying to how the approach goes. It can't just be go and see a doctor, get a pill, and everything's fine. It's got to be a little bit more around the personal approach, the longevity of well-being for oneself based on personal choices, that might be food-wise, that might be lifestyle-wise, that could be a lot of different things. So just pick wisely what's healthiest for you. Good luck, Gibbs. Meep. Let's get Meep a card. Meep. Family and connectivity coming up to be a major theme for you in the near future here. Finding that energy of flow with others around you. Trying to find that sense of belonging. Sense of belonging, I think, is going to be the highlight this summer, and making sure that you're pursuing that as a guiding light so that you can find direction, course, and path. And a direction that you could then evolve yourself forward to better states and better forms. Getting yourself sort of stuck in a weird spot of not wanting to accept something because maybe not feeling like it's going to be real. Trust that there is real things out there if you allow the discernment to come through where possible. Good luck. You've had a reading from someone else, it was unclear, and you're looking for some clarity. Like, hi, Tilly. Nice to meet you, Tilly. Some other reader gave you a reading, and they were unclear, and so you're looking for a second reader, second opinion. I would absolutely be down for that, but let's message me directly, and if you want, I'll just draw you one single card now. I just need the permission for it. Oh, Tanya, you are probably asked about. You are probably asked about more than you know, just maybe not necessarily in styles like this. Sometimes the connectivity comes in different formats, in different ways. And it's just a matter of making sure that you're willing to see what potentials might come through in ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Hi, Gus the Corgi. I see you adding me. Where are we here? It bounced down a little bit on me, so if I don't end up getting you a card here today, feel free to shoot me a message and be like, hey, I didn't get my card even though I requested. Let me know. There's Meep. There's Caroline. Yep, we're back to the right spot. Hi, Tilly. Tanya, does Kay feel bad? We answered that. Nifty thing, thank you. We did answer about that. Okay, cool. Frida, Danny texting you today? They're busy. They're busy and they're upset about something, so you might not be hearing a message today, unfortunately. Tara, are R and I going to start dating soon? Let's take a look. All the fun questions. No, I don't think it's going to be as soon as you want it to be, and I think there's an interest in someone else or somebody else is a bit of a distraction right now. And so you're going to have to make sure that you're, like, what is the commitment that you're looking for? What is the long run? Is it better as friendships and keeping it sort of in a state rather than a familiarity, rather than trying to push it to a state of something more advanced? Jen, am I headed in the right direction? Let's take a look-see. It's getting a little bit chaotic. We'll see how much more we can get done here today. Headed in the right direction for Jen. You're not satisfied with the direction. Three of Swords representing, you're not quite satisfied with the outlying format and needing to make some changes and needing to make some adjustments. Using your best judgment, using your best opinion, you can probably find yourself in new pathways and new direction quickly, but you have to apply those changes. You can't just wait for somebody else to come along and rescue you on it. Emily, I answered you a little bit while ago, so we'll have to catch you on the replay. Sainty, Zoe, will Anton and I become closer physically, emotionally in the future? Maybe. There's definitely friendship opportunities that exist there. Good communication and good expression, but you might not fit the role that they're looking for, and they're being very specific about who they'll allow into that role. Sometimes people have expectations that they just won't compromise on, and if we don't match those expectations, then we're never going to see them actually become that risen format of ourselves. So one of those chaoses that comes with it. Naz, divorce? Maybe. They're trying to decide what their best choice is, and they might be looking for a vindictiveness, a way to kind of push back or attack back on you. Be careful about that. Vindictiveness is not really the healthy approach to any relationship, and making sure that they understand that mistakes happen. We're going to work on forgiveness. We're going to work on communication. We're going to try to avoid things getting like that again. If you can do with that, if you can work with that, if you can communicate with that, healthier relationships come out as a result. But if they aren't willing to work on that level, you don't waste your time. You don't waste your energy. Ziffo, conceiving by September. I feel like I answered this one. Keep trying, keep working at it, keep pushing on it. It's going to take a little bit of time, but keep trying on it. Julitza, does Mario want me to exit his life for good? He should tell you if that's what he wants, but it sucks when some people just don't want to own up and say this is what's up. Maybe. Like, I get a little bit of a coward effect coming up here where they need to be the one to say this isn't working and it's not going to work out. But if they don't actually stand up and do that, then nothing changes in their life in the long run. It's bad. Michelle Kazmarek. Let's get you next. Michelle, 9 of Wands coming up for you, being steadfast and loyal to your opinions, your powers, your control. So will you pass? Probably, but if you're doing that last minute cram beforehand, you're going to screw yourself up, and you need to do it properly. No stressing yourself out overall tonight. Anna, hello Anna. It looks great on here. I know it's dark as fucking here, but it looks great on here.
Depressing. Fucking depressing.
Well, Maybe the sun will come back out. Yay!
Fucking light on.
Well, the light's right above, so it makes a glow, right?
No.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Except it's around this. Look at Rabbit throwing down some of the comments on me. When? Flow, when? Communication. It's all communication. Brit, does he want me? There we go. I think we're getting to a private spot. There's someone here asking about private readings from EY Zhang. I see why you went moderator for me, Rabbit. Thanks so much for that. Brit, does he want me? He wants something. He wants that sense of connectivity, that sense of belonging, and that sense of association into things. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's you. Sometimes that means it's what's available around you or what's available through you. And so make sure that you're not allowing yourself to be used just to fill a need in the moment, but rather being a contributor to somebody's great story and somebody's great development, somebody's great evolution where possible. Nicolita? Maybe. But pregnant women are hard to read. They've got a natural energy field that starts up once the baby is conceived and just sort of creates this weird headachy field around them. I think you're pursuing it. There's lots of nuance to pregnancies, and a lot of people don't discuss some of the darker sides of it. Like there's a lot of miscarriages out there. People don't necessarily discuss that, and so they think that it's bad when such things happen, and they start to beat up on themselves for it. Don't. Like if something goes weird, if something goes sideways, don't panic, don't stress. Just trust that it's going to go through its own process and find its own way if possible. So, Nicoletta, possibly, but you're going to want to take your time to really don't stress yourself into a bad spot with your pregnancies. Let's put it that way. Christina, just shoot me a message. Shoot me a message and I'll connect you with you and the husband and kind of talk about the ins and outs of it. Water-fire dynamics can work really, really well. It just has to be a respect on communication, because too much intensity one way or the other starts to cause a lot of pain and a lot of disruption and a lot of bad flow. EI Jang. Hi, EI Jang. You're blocked. Boop. No, I don't want to add reading as a keyword, and you better not either, Rabbit. Maybe we'll talk about it later, actually. Shayna, does Akil actually have genuine feelings for me? And again, genuine feelings, it's such a fun conversation to kind of dive into, because how a relationship is to a polyamorous person, to a monogamous person, is going to be different. And so, do they have a genuine feeling for you? Of course they do. There's something that they feel for you, but what is it that they're pursuing? What is their intentions behind it? What is their long-term game? When you start to get a sense of what the long-term game and long-term flow is, then it's not so much about what the feelings are, but what the actions behind them are going to do for you. And that's where you start to get a balance back and forth of give and take and balance, to find a good harmonic relationship rather than one which is just serving to a master or serving to a single focal point of the relationship. So feelings, yes. What are their intentions? Alicia, what can we get for Alicia here? Alicia coming up with the universe card, transformation into the next phase, letting go of what was so that you can accept what should be, and adopting new insights and new understandings as a part of you now, not something that you're learning, but something that you can replicate naturally so that you can move on to the next lesson, the next evolution, the next flow. Doorway, very much a doorway process to move yourself from one state of being into the next one and allow you that evolution to a higher state of where your progress can go. That is the child metamorphoses into a teenager, metamorphoses into a young adult, metamorphoses into an adult, metamorphoses into a menopausal period, metamorphs into a postmenopausal, metamorphs into a senior, metamorphs into geriatric. We are constantly going through that process of movement and evolution, and allowing ourselves to go through those steps is a really important part of growth and development in this world. Yippee, I asked you a question, answered you a question up above, and I've got a bunch down below I got to get into, so feel free to shoot me a message and we can definitely dive into things a little bit more deeply. Nielsen, does my man really love me? Same speech that I was just given the other person, recognizing what is real feeling. Like, it's the last last few weeks of spring, guys. A lot of us are panicking about whether we're with the right person for the summer experience or not. And y'all probably are, but you got to work on the communication, the trust, and the building of the respects back and forth. Nielsen, in your case, more specifically, they love that you're a team player and they love that you're on the team dynamic. They love what they can do alongside with you. Is that gushing emotions of feeling? Not necessarily, but it is a commitment to teamwork. It is a commitment to loyalty. It is a commitment to functioning with somebody, not against somebody. And that's a huge process in huge form. Queen Bee. Lopix reading bridge with trolls underneath it. I like that. Queen Bee, you're getting the 5 of... Yeah, it is 5 of stones. This one relates towards material difficulty, trying to find yourself a way to work through tough times, tough mechanisms, and tough focus. When it usually shows up, I get worried that people aren't looking after the body quite the way that they should be. Needing a little bit more water, needing a little bit more food, needing a little bit more sleep. And through these little bit of add-ons, allowing oneself to grow and develop into larger formats, larger capabilities. If we're not sustaining the foundation of who we are, though, we will never get stronger up above. And so make sure that you're looking at the pillars that give you support in all things and keep you moving on the right pathway to your best things. Shonda, will my daughter find a new place to live by July? Possibly, but she needs some support and she needs some guidance on this. Specifically, she needs someone to remind her what is safe environment, what is not. A shared domicile might be what's on the books, but it might not be necessarily people that are always really in the right flow and the right dynamics. So be mindful, careful, selecting, and yes, the right thing should be able to show up. Nielsen, does my man really love me? Same speech. And yes, you are visible. It's just a long list going on here. What is the perfect dream for you, Nielsen? What is your queen princess lifestyle? What is the perfect placement for you to end up in? If this fell apart today, where would you go tomorrow? And in allowing yourself to go to a new place and a new evolution, you never know what else could come up. You got to be willing to let yourself go that far, though. Chamber of Secrets is JC, my person. They're definitely where you feel most at home and most comfortable, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That doesn't necessarily make them your person. That makes you a person in your sphere and in your cycle. I don't believe in just one person per se. The twin flame concept I won't buy in on quite the same way as I used to. We are all part of large spiritual pods, and you will develop connection with a lot of people over your time in different ways and in different formats, for different purposes, for different results. And so being accepting of people, not just because they are that one person, that one flow, but working with all their energies and all their flows wherever possible. Working with them like a team. I miss those sunglasses.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Where did I leave those ones? Anyway.
River.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that now. Lingya, tell me something. Okay. Lingya, the daughter of swords, or Isis energy comes up. Isis found out that her love, Osiris, was torn apart by his enemies, so she put in the effort to travel around the world and find all the pieces of Osiris and bring them back together, stitch him back together, and then let him go. Let him go so he can go back and do his work in the underworld. Sometimes we get into situations where we're helping other people through their moments, and we really want to be a part of that moment and remind them that we're there for you. We're with you all the way to the end. But the reality is a healer has to let go of the person that they're healing once the healing is done. We're not there to heal them and become part of their life because we're their healer. We're there to heal them, send them on their way like pretty little birds, and get carrying on to the next assignment. So don't let yourself stick around in places where you've already done the work and already finished the process. You got to allow yourself to move and evolve forward wherever possible. No, you don't need to gift ask a question. We are 100% free all the time. Wait, no, rephrase that. We are 100% free on Thursdays, 100% of the time. All card requests will be honored. And if I don't get to you, just shoot me a message, let me know I missed you. Also, replays on YouTube after the fact, so that if anybody needs to catch their replay, they can do it that way and not have to wait for the entire show. Will my ex reach out to me? Easy one. Yeah. they will reach out. There's it's one of these people a Cancer. I feel like one of these people is Cancer, and I only say that because there's a skittishness to it. It's good. A person runs away, they come back, and they're not coming back because they were doing bad things. They're coming back because they're realizing something. And so there may be some positivity to this reuniting, Lilia. It might not be all bad news bears. So allowing yourself to reconnect with them, totally allowable. Just make sure that you're really understanding the respects and communication is established before letting them too far deep into your life. Brittany, card, please. Okay. Hi, AIM, Mrs. Dad and Mom. Hi, AIM. Brittany, card. Brittany's card is the Two of Cups. Tendering on this one. They do really push in this deck about being love and connectivity and the beauty of connection. Finding someone that allows you to exchange information, ideas, and energy in such a way that it gives you a little bit of a high, a little bit of a buzz, a little bit of a feeling like you're the prettiest girl on the block. And that should be, honestly, any kind of romantic connection. But it's nice when we can find those friendships that inspire that lifted feeling as well, too. So, Brittany, energies coming in that are supposed to bring that extra lift, extra balance, and extra hope for your step, extra improvement in your overall being. Monica, am I in the right place? Yes and no. Monica, you're asking this question because you're searching for home. You're searching for belonging. You're searching for that place that you feel is yours. Where you have come through so far feels more like places of scenery, like you're driving past and going along a certain trip and a certain journey into a far-off distant land. And that's the wanderlust is what I think you're feeling the most here. Every place is the right place when you are a wanderer. Every place is a place to experience, grow, learn, and heal. So every place is the right place. And you got to be willing to let yourself take in each place for its own gift and for its own balance. Maria, is Johnny the right man for me? Let's find out. I have 44 requests at the bottom, but I'm not even getting to them because I'm not even that far yet. Love isn't supposed to be traumatic, people. Love isn't supposed to be painful. Love isn't supposed to be this poison digging into our sides. And you need to understand that when love is painful, there's two levels to that pain. There's the love that is painful because you have to watch them heal, grow, and change. And then there's the love that's painful because you are their food. You are their prey. You are their toy in that moment and in that time. That is still love that you're suffering for, I get it, but it's not real love in a healthy, positive way. It's suffering because you think that's a way to empower somebody or help somebody or heal somebody, but the truth of the matter is you're not doing them any benefits at all. Legs cramping up.
Need a pillow?
I need a lot of things. I need a lot of things. So, where were we? If the energy of the love is not giving you something that feels like it's sustaining and healing you and helping you, and instead making you feel like you are less, smaller than, unworthy, incapable, then that's a huge, huge red flag, and don't let yourself fall into that too far. Be careful. Mathilde, let's get you a card. Son of Cups, finding yourself a way of offering yourself and your energy in a way that you feel is appropriate. You're wanting to share a little bit more of who you are, what you are, and why you are. And so letting yourself go directly for it, allowing yourself to be blunt, direct, upfront, and just shoot straight at it wherever possible is going to be your best response here. Fire yourself towards it. Good things are coming that way so long as you are willing to offer the cup outwardly and let yourself be sharing of the same cup with other people where possible. I'm going to say yes as I look down and see her. Will my son be okay? 2 questions, and at least it was within a few minutes of each other. Yes, probably, but you need to make sure that you're talking about them and connecting with them on that same emotional level, being honest, being upfront, being direct, especially if they're emotional men. They need directness. Emotional men need more directness, not less. People think because a man's emotional, they have to be vague and gentle and work around them in some way, but that's not. The reason why they're emotional is because probably they weren't being directed to or directed with in the first place. It's one of those things that just has to be kind of keyed back into. Felicity, will Francois buy me a phone? Francois? Did I get that right? There will be a replay later, I promise. Francois, I'm not so sure about. There's a mixed vibe on whether he wants to actually make that investment and make that focus. Because it's money and investment. Playing ace, what's playing ace? I also had it bounce back down again, so I'm trying to find my spot again. Francois, that's the name I'm looking for. Oh, sometimes... There it is. Yeah, buying a phone. What's the kickback in the buying of the phone? What's the benefit to it? What's it really helping? This card is usually related in towards a mixed zero-sum kind of feeling, kind of like the Hangman. Francois has to buy you the phone. That doesn't mean that they want to buy you the phone. And so it's all sort of down to that weird predicament of resigned to one person's fate because it's the situation. So will they? Yes. Are you guys going to both be happy about this? No. Might mean that they might shoot for a cheap phone to make it just a little bit harder on you and save a little bit of their bucks and dollars on them. Can you see what's coming in love life for me? Asks Cass. Let's start there. And then Bill Smith and Queen Bee. Yeah, the messages are wild. See, I just lost about 50 messages because we're doing some back-end moderation, and so that clears up a whole section of it. And for a moment there, it's, 30, 40, 50 people coming in. A lot of them will shoot their shot and run right on out the door. And that's cool too, because I post it all on YouTube after the fact so everyone can catch their card at some point or another. So there will probably be something for you earlier, and now that it's, I think, quieting down, I don't know how far back I am, but we'll try and get it caught up. In the time I've taken to speak, it's been about 6 new messages. And so I got to get through the missing 40 and then that next 6, and we'll see where we're at from there. It is also 2:15. Do we have to go clean today?
Later tomorrow.
Sorry, I phrased that poorly. We're booked to go clean today?
Mm-hmm.
We're booked to go clean today.
Well, I haven't messaged her, actually.
You should message her.
Yeah, I'm working on auto insurance right now.
Okay. So
one thing at a time.
As long as I'm not on a timetable here. When you want me off, just tell me to get off and we'll go
All
clean.
right.
Yeah. Just as long as we're clear. Cool. See, communication, guys. Communication. So where were we? Cass, can you see what's coming in love life for me? That's where we were. Let's start there. 10 unread messages. Let's see if I even get to any of them. Married? Partnership? Long-term? Or just recently kind of gone through the kafluis? Kali is a fantastic goddess. I love Kali. Gets dancing with relationships that are going through tough times. Forces the partners to dance in better ways and improved ways. And if the partners are willing to listen to her, they improve. Better communication, better flow. If they don't improve, then she cuts off the head of the dumbass man and takes the woman by her side and says, let's go find something better for you. So regardless, it's better for you. Because either the guy's going to learn to smarten up, talk straight, and do the thing right, or you're going to get brought away from him and to somewhere that you actually can find that support, that care, and that compassion. So good things overall, Cass. Just got to be willing to actually let go when the time comes to let go. Bill, when will Josie contact me? Ace, heart, and mind. What is it, ace? I'm curious here. Like, are we talking tarot magic? Are we talking invocation via conceptualization? Like, I'm curious. Bill, why am I not getting a timeline for Bill, guys? Come on, be nice. 6, is that 6 months, 6 weeks? I'm not sure, it's one of the two, but some time before the end of the year then, because it's already June, before the end of 2024. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. I don't actually do time very well, and so I always love challenge. Am I meant to be with JC? I answered this one already, Chamber of Secrets, and it was a while back. Now I feel bad. Christina Clayton's, I'm going to be okay. Yes. Mathilde, yes. Oh, you guys are the same people? I remember answering Mathilde. I don't remember answering Christine. Christine Clayton, son. Transformation's a neat thing, right? Like transformation and change is a neat thing. And with children, it's even weirder because you ultimately are going to be yourself to your children, unless you choose when your child is born to be something else. And we as ourselves, not a lot of us are really actually designed to be automatic parents. Let's be honest here. Because an automatic parent, they understand that they are a role model and everything is a little bit not faked, but definitely over-considered. It's over-considered because everything the natural parent does teaches the next child. If you focus it on values, virtues, beliefs, opinions, and politics, and you can sometimes direct the kid to some directions, but at some point, every kid's going to take their hand on the wheel and take it wherever they want to. You can't panic. Christine, you can't panic. Christine Clayton specifically, you can't panic. You just got to trust that you gave them enough tools to read what's going on outside of that vehicle to get themselves through it without hurting themselves or somebody else. And if you do at least that much, then you're an excellent parent. Excellent parent. The bar is that low. So don't stress, don't panic. He'll figure it out his way. See, that's just it. I've got Queen Bee now. Am I on the right path? I answered that one up above. I don't remember this ace question. Sam. Never trust Sam. Hello, can I get a reading? I don't even have a name for you. I've just got a sign of a trash can. Trash can man? I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. Just gotta get consent. I like consent. Consent is good. Brenna, coming in with the birth dates and all that other fun stuff. Hi, Scorpio. I will never tell you to throw down your birth date first joining into a live. You can shoot that stuff at me privately if you want, but I never put it out there on lives, just in case. I just take consent. You threw out a question, does Tom actually love me? Questions are always good too. Define love. Define love. Define love. On the surface side of it, we've got the Hierophant. On the bottom side of it, we've got the Lovers. Lovers is very much a relation of choice of lust, choice of love. Love is things that heal you, improve you, and grow you. But lust is more about those things that satisfy the moment, make for good stories, and absolutely go with the live fast, die young kind of mindset. Truth of the matter is, you got to decide which one you want to be as a person. Do you want to be the kind of person that lives for the moment? Or do you want to be the kind of person that lives for the legacy? And once you've got that figured out, the choice is usually pretty fucking clear because legacy moments always outstrip the moment in longevity. Tom's outlook is absolutely longevity, but the way that love comes through can sometimes be more about pruning and maintenance of things. See, if I want really pretty flowers, I'm going to clip all the offshoots. And so the plant doesn't get the chance to actually grow in the direction that it wants, but I'm going to get the coolest fucking flowers and the best potatoes. So that kind of love, it's still love because it still thinks that it's doing things for the intention and the purpose of improving the plant, well, the whole time not respecting that the plant's going to outlive it in the first place. If that is the kind of love that you can manage, dogmatic, rigid, believed, very focused in on, then absolutely dive on in. Let the energy kind of go the way it wants to go. But if it doesn't seem quite right for you, then you got to make the final choice for yourself. Do you want to feed into the nature of love with an individual, or do you want to feed into the lust of somebody's desire for love, the desire for control, and the desire for format? Okay, we're slowed down quite a bit now. Brenna, good luck with that. Just make sure that you are mindful of what somebody's actual intentions are. Is it actually about you, or is it about their concept of you? Queen Bee, I will have you a question. I did give you a question before, and then there was a second question that went up. Shoot me a message. We'll get this all figured in a private after the reading, or after the live. Robin Cramtomagi, will S be okay? 14 new messages. As long as that doesn't go wild, then we are almost done. Crampton Magi. S should be fine. What have you been doing to muggle with it? Scene of the room is moon card, which could be either the emotions, the intuitive, the spiritual, or something going on the back end. But the top side of it is Mother of Swords. And so you've done what you can do, you've said what you can say, and you're giving it to them as a direct what's the matter with you kind of attitude. This permits then them to take that information and do whatever the hell they want to do with it. If they are good growing individuals, they'll do better for it because you gave them good advice, you gave them good direction, you gave them good counsel. But once you've given the thought and let it go, you also know that it's got to be let go from. You got to let it evolve forward in its own fashion, in its own format. A little bit of that kind of coming up a couple times now as well too. Much like with the letting the kid grow up and take control of the wheel, with the healers, when we finish the healing format, we have to let them carry on to the next evolution, carry on to the next form. That's why healers and attachment tends to go fairly poorly overall, and provide a situation where people don't necessarily bond on the nature of the individual, but more on the nature of the concept of an individual. Olivia Jean, is there anything for me, please? Yeah, probably. We answer all requests on this show. And then at the end, a replay will be posted on YouTube at Lopic Magic House on YouTube. Lopic MH pretty much gets you to me on every platform, every place, and everywhere. Almost always Lopic Magic House. And besides that little town in Denmark, we're just about there on the Googles. Just about there. Olivia Jean. Scene of the mood is moon again, so looking at the subconscious illusion environment and being in the background tones, but the front top card, Four of Wands, I lean too much sometimes on the home concept with this, and this deck likes to go more towards perfection, and perfection being this is it, this is right, this is everything in its right place. It's when you've got the moth people up by the lights and the bass people up by the speakers, and everyone's just enjoying the thumpy thumps of the moment, and it's just blissful. And when you can have that all-around experience and all-around dynamic, you get yourself moving into, should we say, euphoric opportunity. The limitations are reduced and the opportunity of growth starts to increase. Now, everybody finds this differently. A warrior is going to find this on a battlefield, a scholar is going to find this in study, a priest is going to find this in worship, and a bard is going to find this on the stage or in performance or in some way out there showing off. And as long as you are willing to go to whatever tone you know and you understand, then that's where you're going to find the best format for yourself in the long run. That's where you're going to find the growth. That's where you're going to find the evolution. That's where you're going to find the well-meaning beings. Good luck, Olivia Jean. Yeah, what's playing ace? Like playing asexual? Ace as in asexual, or ace as in the authoritative combine? The authoritative combine. Like ace is a lot of things. Ace is depending what decade and what millennia you want to come from, ace can be something completely different. Century, working for century. Like this person dropping 1944. It's some old century. Too hard to handle for you. 1944. 80? 80? That's a lot of rotations. That's a lot of level ups. It's a hell of a Gemini. Katie Murphy. Hi, will I find love again? Throw on, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I'm sorry, it was I went around Abbotsford one day and I was just asking everybody, what is love? And that was the top response. By like double or triple the second top response, which was really
Here
funny.
in BC, yeah.
It's great times, great flows. Katie Murphy, will I find love again? Hey. I actually ran into the hippies more when I came out here,
that's why
oddly enough.
BC is so lovely.
Take good care of it.
Yeah.
Abbotsford's changed a lot since then, but you know, we did do okay.
So true.
Love's neat. Love's interesting. Love's wonderful. How do you define love? At the absolute root of it, love is surrender to something's well-being. And the hope and the intention is that it is pure love, in which case you're surrendering to that thing's unrequited well development. It doesn't have to give a fuck about you. You're gonna love it and want it to be better anyway. Because life's a bitch and then you die. And the only way to really get through it in a good way for everybody is for everybody to make it a better experience for everybody else, regardless of our personal experience. That was my lesson on what is the ultimate true unconditional love, divine love, divine love. And the source of divine love is not the divine's love for us. It is our love for the divine, because without it, storms and madness abound as a result. Man, I wish that was louder. It would have been great if it had gone through on the camera.
What?
That thundercrack that just happened up there. Or
That
whatever
was
that was.
construction.
Oh, I was hopeful. You sure? Positive?
Yeah,
Sure
it
you're
was
positive?
construction thunder.
Positive, sure?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, fine.
I drove through it, yeah.
So when we're looking at this, yes, you can discover that love, but how is it going to serve your will, and how is it going to serve your focus, Katie? How is it going to be your love radiated out in a way that's positive and showing the life and growth that you want to see? The sun loves us. I don't deny that, because it radiates over us all the time and causes plants to grow and things to sing and me to generally have a better trip than I do otherwise. And the sun, therefore, represents that love and how it shows out. You too have that love to share and give, and it's there and it's available. But what is it going to make grow? When you start looking at what it is that you propagate with your love, that's when you start to realize what is it that you're actually doing in the connection underneath it all. And it goes a little bit more wild and a little bit more free from there. So, yes, there will be love. Look at what you're growing. Look at what you're making. Sul Simer, advice on the guy you're interested with. Yeah, we could probably do that. Always have an exit strategy? I don't know. Like, it's you say that you're interested with, and there's key phrasing there in that it's not committed relationship and not focused relationship, because once commitment is laid down, you are in commitment. You're in the agreement. You're in you're in understanding. And when you're in understanding with somebody, the understanding has to be crystal clear, because truthfully, you have no indication I've got anything going on up here besides chaos and manicness. I have no evidence that anybody else is actually a genuine thinking being. We just have that on faith and trust that the people that we share this shared reality with are genuine human beings. When you enter into a committed relationship with somebody, the levels of that change. Now, if I were to say discuss laundry routines with a female friend of mine, it might be questionable to a new partner who feels like, well, discussing my unmentionables doesn't happen with anybody else, period. Absolutely not. And well, I would be blunt here. Everybody's got to deal with bloodstains at some point or another. Sometimes it's nice to get expert advice. When that becomes a compromising situation, you're now recognizing that the way that you're connecting, flowing, or working with this individual, is it all that it's cracked up to be? Is it all that it's invested to be? This process is basically the hangman concept. You're putting yourself in a situation where the situation itself presents sandpaper and friction against you, shaping you and changing you and focusing you into something else. You don't necessarily have agreement, but you do have something here that says you're committed to this, perhaps, personally, but not necessarily orally. You have to decide at what point you're actually going to lay out the boundaries and lay out the focus. You're going to have to decide how much you will tolerate, because you're setting a tone for that right now. And it may be more than what you're necessarily looking to bargain with. You don't want to set yourself up to lose it all to somebody just because you were waiting for them to see you. Waiting for you to focus in on you, waiting for you to become the obvious solution and answer. Good luck. Sul Sumeri? I'm gonna murder that every time. I don't have a talented tongue for languages. I don't deny that. Have good luck. Good luck. Don't wait around for peckerheads either. Primo, does he want me? I miss my man. It's common. It's common. Like, man might be a little bit of a schmuck. We got seven of swords down here, which is the wolf in sheep clothing, tactical thinker that just likes to use, abuse, and steal your money for his own bits. A chariot being the wolf. Like, you know what this guy is. A lot of you knows what this guy is. It's whether you'll accept and acknowledge that with the rest of you and make choices based upon that wisdom, insight, or perspective. Allowing yourself to actually realize that this connection is way more of a detriment to you than it is necessarily a blessing. And allowing yourself to decide, can you move on? What's going to take to move you on? How is it going to be to allow yourself a process of let go and forgiveness? And not forgiveness for the man, forgiveness for yourself. With Chariot, it has to be about self-control. And part of you knows that there's something else that should be done or should be approached. You just need to push into it and actually engage it and actually see yourself liberated. Move forward to where you belong. Don't stay in places that aren't for you and aren't suited for you. Wow, we did you a card earlier. Yeah, what is playing ace? What is playing ace? What is playing ace? Which ace?
That's not Canadian.
Okay. Did we make it to a bottom? We made it to a bottom. I love it when it gets crazy like that because it's so much fun just to do the rapid fire. But at the same time, holy shit. Sometimes it makes me panic. I would like to give a strong shout out to Rabbit there. Rabbit is boss. Rabbit has been a loyal friend for some years now. Helped out a little bit on the Facebook and being here on the TikTok to save my butt on the moderation side of things, doing things that I have no concept of, awareness of, or understanding of. And thank you. You are the boss. Thank you. We're down towards the bottom. Yippee, I've got a question down there for Mia. And I can start right there. And Queen Bee, if you're still here, let's figure out this ace thing. Which ace? Because the ace references that I know, ace of suits. So you've got your initiation of power, ace in numerology being zero's the cosmic egg. All ones are the release from that cosmic egg, the expulsion of natural energy in its most primal and absolute kind of form. Okay. Actually, I do know another ace too, so even better to make sure that we're exactly clear. Had to be exactly clear. From different perspectives, what you wrote could be seen as slang, and so I just had to be sure. My apologies. Samantha, ace, what do we got? The theme and anthem around it all being the knowledge card in this deck, unseen, understanding, wisdom, new experiences, trying to understand a deeper truth in a deeper format, trying to understand the nature of what something is underneath all of it, its structure, its format, its dynamics. Surface card, 9 of Swords, anxiety, panic, danger, worry, sleepless nights, exercising. Problem is, I was focusing on a connection between two people, and if I'm focusing on a connection between two people and it's coming around to the card cruelty, that tells me that some dynamic in here, some element in here is cruel. I'll also note my own trepidation stepping into this question even in the first place. There's something here that is not quite right, and I don't think I'm the first person to say this. I don't think I'll be the last person to say this, but I think we want to make sure that there isn't many more people that have to say it before there is a last person who says it. At some point you have to recognize that two energies together are combustive, explosive, dynamic. Acids and bases, man. Acids and bases. And if you didn't make the volcano explode in elementary school, I get it. There was the parents that said moderation is key, And there's the parents that said, I don't have to clean this mess up. When you understand both types of people live in the shared world around us, you can conduct yourself appropriate to exchange with all. These two together are not something that needs to be left for long. Don't let them. There is playing. Playing is a bad word for this, though. Playing's a really bad word for this. There is dynamic, and dynamic is super dangerous, especially when it comes down to how people can manipulate, control, or aggravate one another. Yippee! Should my current healing journey involve getting a therapist? Yes. Yes, I'm not even drawing a card on this one. This is just going to be a broad shot to everybody. For numerous ironic, Bob says hi kind of reasons, yes. A therapist is a tricky professional role, but it is a professional role, which means it's a regulated department, which is fantastic. If they screw up or do things that they're not supposed to based on ethical or moral reasons, you can absolutely hang them out to dry. But it's also it opens you up to a field of study that shares common language. Spiritual development, spiritual growth, healing journeys, they're great because they're personal. And to be done personally in your own format is a wonderful approach to the life of walking through life. But when you start doing it in a means that can't be connected to by a lot of other people, it makes question of whether you are connected to reality or just off in your own flu-flu land, amongst other concerns and worries that registered professionals have to have, because it's part of being a registered professional. You have to follow a certain creed, you have to follow a certain code of conduct. Readers don't have a code of conduct, though. Readers don't, which is a problem. We had some regulation up until recently in 2016 or 2017, where they made it no longer illegal to practice witchcraft in Canada. And no longer did we have to say that it was all entertainment so as to satisfy not being hunted down by the federal government. Things do change over time. And now that there is guidance counselors being regulated in Alberta, I wouldn't mind seeing the same thing being applied to some of the rest of us. But that's so taboo to say too loud. There's some $1 million scandals and businesses that do a really good job with it. So, yes, have a therapist. In the same way that you would have a mechanic. When something isn't quite right, you take it to somebody that you trust to get an extra look under the hood. But if you're old school, you're doing everything yourself anyway. You're getting in there under the hood, you're getting in there into the parts and trying to make it all work better on your own time anyway. And that's part of the journey. Allowing others to be invited in, to be shared in, and to bring their language and bring their story to your perspective. 100% support therapist as being a contributing part to a person's development and growth. You are adaptive, reflexive little rabbit. What was that one feller saying with the cursed cards? I really hope he messaged me. Thank you, Christina. I mean to read this plethora of kids' books in front of me and put it to a background of a river looping over and over again, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Half lazy. Will J meet me today from Period Roses? It's the tiny little icons I tell you sometimes. Asking about Jay. Divya. Hi, Divya. What do we got for you? I didn't like either of those cuts before I actually pulled Final Draw, but I guess it makes some amount of sense. So the theme, the atmosphere, the mood is Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords being shady. It's shade. It's playing on the back end because you know if you get caught, it's going to be bad. That's all it is to it. It's one of the worst environment cards that we could get, and it's unfortunately been a little bit of an anthem today. The last run of spring. Think of it like cuffing season. The weather's turning. Nobody wants to be out in the cold. And so everybody's going out trying to find that honey or that person that's going to save them for the winter. The really bad ones move as soon as the thaw starts. The not so bad ones try to make it work, and the delusional ones still try to make it work. The outcome being, some people find themselves hanging on to things for longer than they know they ought to. And so you hit this weird hump right before summer where you're thinking, what have I really got going on? And there's a lot of different ways you can take that panic. There's a lot of different ways you can take that flow. But it causes us to seek connections that might not be necessarily the best for us. In this case, it's a bad situation, but the participants aren't necessarily the worst. They're not necessarily awful people, they're just stuck in a bad spot. And so the amount of communication, expression, and understanding that's engaged with here, it's good and it's bad. And yes, the meeting can happen, but what are you risking in the background to make this all happen? My final feel, maybe, and I don't blame you for reaching out for it, but be careful who else could get swept up in this whole dynamic. Who else and what else? Like, is it professional? Is it personal? Is it artistic? Is it romantic? I can't quite get a feel on what it is that's the magnetic attraction either. Which is interesting, but whatever the flow, whatever the draw, just make sure that it remains isolated from other elements of your life so as to not prevalent in your decision making. Wicca. Will my friend with best FWB relationship with Kay come back? What part do you miss the most? Is it the drugs? Is it the movies? Is it the anime? Is it the which part of your life being modified? Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it. I tried twice. Devil card being a mood and anthem of something that's putting a collar around somebody's neck, leading him around by a leash. So there's something to this K that gives you a sense of it's blissful, but it's possessive blissful. I am here as part of their collection. And some people do really, really well in the Tinkerbell dynamic. Some people can operate from there in a very healthy way. Others don't really have that choice or ability to reduce themselves to that level. And so you're going to have to do a little bit of that self-discovery process here. What really matters to you? Being in somebody's company or being truthful to yourself? The break in whatever severed you off in the first place was a difficult choice for whoever it was that participated in it. But the truth of the matter is there is an unwell component. Engaging with that individual means that unwell component comes back for both of you, and that may not be the best way to play out. How much are you really willing to sacrifice to see this all go forward? Can it come back? Easily. Should it come back? I don't know. The choice is yours, though. Love and lust. We all gotta do our things. No worries, EP. Thanks for coming out and joining. I got 2 more questions, one from Zainab and one from Bailey. I've been looking back and forth. I don't think I've missed anything else. Holy crap, we made it through. Thanks, everybody. Zainab. Success and property. Property is such a big... Oh, thanks, Kyla. Sorry, Kyla. I knew there was one I was missing there. I kept looking. Couldn't find nothing. I blame the flood of things that it turns into every time. Zainab, succeed in property. Probably. Stick to the mathematical on it. Like, there's a lot of things that we can do because we're in sort of an emotional vibe. But with the Six of Swords, it's emotional situations surfaced upon. You're not in the feelings of it, you're moving across the feelings to new destinations and new flows. And so in no way, shape, or form can you appropriate any sort of emotional feeling into your work. It needs to be very clear, guided, principled systems. A constellation of stars only matters because it's a constellation. Just like a portfolio needs some amount of diversification for it to be a useful portfolio for someone's mutual funds. If it doesn't have that diversification or proper arrangement of things, it falls short, falls through every time. So whether that be your personal tools, whether that be the assets that you're looking to acquire, whether that be your methods of acquiring, if you're constantly buying things with your own funds, when you're eligible for a loan, that's equal to the amount of what you're trying to buy. Why aren't you using the loan? And then finding some means to pay it off quicker so that bank can make bank, you can make bank, and you guys can both move on to the next thing. That is core capitalism. And at this time is still accessible. So you either act or you don't. But look at your tools and look at your systems. Look at your methods and operate from there. Bailey, was Eve flirting with me? I'd be curious. Welcome to the tail end of the show. Bailey, was E flirting with me? Yeah. Why do I get yeah? Give me why. Who? Bailey. E. And flirting. Define flirting. Define flirting. Environment is about orbits and presence, being in close proximities even, being on the front end of working with somebody, and then on the top side of it, society, communal. Have you ever just gotten so familiar with somebody that you just start acting on that familiarity and on that familiar flow? And I think that's a big portion of this right now, is there's this sense of familiarity that overrides better judgment, and that's what needs to be kind of addressed. So flirting, maybe not. Is it appropriate to the mood, and is it appropriate to the environment? Is it appropriate to the setting? Is this the right place for even that kind of thing? And when that can be addressed a little bit more closely, I think we get away from a symptom and get more towards a root, more towards a source. See if you can redirect that one a little bit for yourself. Flirting, maybe, probably. Intentionally, no. Familiarity. But is that familiarity in the right place at the right time? Kyla asking about Big Red, Gone Forever. There's some dark on this one. Because it's a Devil card coming up finally on the top, Lover's card coming up on the bottom, and I present to you all the duality of life. They're the same card. They're the same card. Just in this one, you've given the control and choice to someone else. In this one, you're taking the control and choice for yourself. Love it, lust for it, you need it, you want it, you crave it. Why do you crave it? Why do you make that choice? That choice for that drugs, alcohol, or substance, that choice for that wild night with that loose woman. Why the choice? And it's not even a feminine energy on either, well, I guess the Earth card on the Devil side can be, but like, it's all about how it's managing choice. With the Devil card being on the top end of it, it's most likely a situation that they have to break that chain before they're going to ever come back out of it. And until they break that chain, yes. But it's usually a chain that's not so much, like it could be ideological, it could be a person, but it's usually more rooted into a substance or a need of lifestyle. And when it's rooted in that, you're not getting a healthy person out of it. You're getting the wreck of the person. And you got to decide if that's really what you want to inherit or not. Not everybody can manage being another person's healer, another person's recovery, another person's rebound. And you got to choose what works for you. not what works for them. Anthony, Zyra is the right person for me? Question mark. I like the tone on that one, actually. That one sounds nice for some reason. It's tricky answering certain questions because you don't want to override somebody's free choice and free decision-making process, right? And so if you break it down on the yellow piece of paper, you know she's fantastic. It's the feelings. How do you handle feelings? And is the feelings, before we continue, Anthony, are the feelings requited? Are the feelings mutual? Are they shared back and forth? Or is it something that you're hoping and working towards? Yeah, Christina, shoot me a message. I won't get the private message until I'm out of here, but I can catch you a little bit later on here, yeah. Please, to my ancestors, lead the girl I want to marry into my life. Would you put it on your ancestors? Would you put it on fate? Do you expect it to be just one person in the entire world, that one that must take it? Is it someone that you think you know, someone that you're not sure? Because you know it's going to work anyway. You've got faith. You've got faith and you've got trust and you hold to the system, so you know it's worked out anyway. Hi, Victor. You all write a lot of questions, and I'm just kind of poking my way through. I'll be down to the bottom in a second, Anthony. Hoping. There it is. Okay. Love is beautiful, love is wonderful. Unrequited love is a gift that you don't expect return on. And if you can get yourself into that concept with it, present it, appreciate it, and move onward. I can say to the sunrise, it's gorgeous, and let it have its moment and carry on with the days both our ways. Or I can stare at it, let it burn out my retinas, because I expect a response. Which way is it going to work best? There are so many things on here on the yellow piece of paper that look great and fantastic. When it comes down to the feelings, there's always a disruption. Good ideas, a strong wind doesn't penetrate water. It blows the water out of the way. The water holds to itself. The water is bonded. Bonded is the key difference. Being an asset between an exchange is not as good as being bonded, yes, but not all things bond either. And what looks like two open gases on the one side, in practice quite often turns into being oil and water. This is one of the weird mockeries of reality. When you can understand it, you're starting to step out of one perspective and into larger perspective. Yeah, Vicarus, you've got trust, you've got faith, you're fine. You know she's here somewhere and you just got to find her wherever she's at. The thing is, she's also going to be looking for you. And therein lies the difference. If they're not looking for you, it's not them. Where are we here? Shailene, does Corbin want a serious relationship with me? It's an exploratory relationship. It's centered on the dynamics of discovery, a little bit of healing on somebody's side. I'm not sure if that's yours or theirs, but there's definitely a dynamic where it allows new insights, new understandings, and finer details. Long-lasting, but it's one of those relationships that might not necessarily progress quickly. You get up to a plateau and then you're there for 6 months. Then you get up to another plateau and you're there for 2 years. And you get up to another plateau and you're there for 2 weeks. Then you're down a plateau because you went too fast to that plateau. And it's just a steady climbing process, right? Can't rush it. Can't rush it. Take your time in the focus of it being getting to where you know things fall into place appropriately because it's been developed appropriately. Peeking. Where are we at? I think we're there. Jay, getting an ex back is like, who broke up with who? Brandy, I answered that one a lot earlier, I think. If not, shoot me a message, but I'm going to post the replay. I'm going to look for yours. You are the fun one for the day. I'm going to find where I answered that question, because I remember ASVAB. I'm trying to remember if I said it in the reply, though, and if I didn't, then that would absolutely screw us up now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Shoot me a message. I do believe it was a pass, yes, that we were seeing on that one. Not stressing, no cramming. It's tomorrow, right? No, this month. Okay. Slow, steady process. Not all cramming the day before, but section by section, week by week, getting yourself built up to it. Corbin, we answered. Olivia, will I marry Michael? Do you wanna? Why Michael? Why not George? Sorry, stupid questions, having fun. Mixture in you guys looks mostly okay. Which one of you had a bad start? It was either a bad start or already one divorce or something that has that intensity of, well, that didn't work, so maybe this one won't work. Got to make sure that you're careful with it and focusing in with Michael in a way that's appropriate. So Olivia, slow, steady process, talk about it fully. If you are comfortable with it, it'll work through its bits, but it's got to be slow, steady process. Someone in there has a step that they're just not quite ready to jump into and not quite ready to take. Good luck. Silver Eye, didn't we ask about Laurel already? What is love? Define love. What is connection? How does connection matter and how does connection mean? Shaylin, Corbin, I believe we just answered. Anthony, we've answered. Silver Eye, we've answered. Hoping, yeah, we're down to the bottom. Oh, nope, there we are. Kyrie. Kai? Sweetbert, have feelings for me. I'm sorry, I don't mock. I don't mock. It's all in the intention, right? You get the intention through the writing, and sometimes the writing itself just has a certain passion to it. Let's reshuffle. Mirka, you had the Four of Cups. Muted, half-hearted. It might go off, but it's not going to be quite what you're looking for, something to that effect, I think. You could also be one of my replay challenges today, because I know I've got yours on replay. And I can pull that up when I put it up on YouTube. Kai. Sweetbert. Feelings. Let's see. They're feelings, but are they as full and are they what you want to be? With the Five of Cups, there's a sense at times that it's more about an individual's personal satisfaction rather than about the all-around picture. And so there's definitely good things that come out as time spent, but it's not necessarily fulfillment. It's not necessarily satisfying. It becomes then a focusing on what's not there rather than a focusing on what is there. If you're comfortable with that, you're okay with that, just make sure that you're focusing on the positives of each exchange and things can work fairly well and fairly positively. If you're instead hung up on it being the right tones in the right ways, then no, it's not going to quite plan out quite the way that you want. Sandra, new loves? With the summer coming up, I would expect it, yes. Sandra. You need something stable. Focus not on the ones that are offering the exchange of time, but the ones that are offering, not the exchange of experience, but the exchange of time. The hobbyists, the builders, the repair pipes, the ones that just want to come in and spend that time sharing the moment. They're more for the mood, they're more for the vibe, they're more for the flow. Good grills, fantastic grills. Lots of Taurus energy on that one. Jermaine Thomas, in-laws. Everyone's in sort of a grief process, especially when it comes to a child. You guys aren't going to be on the same spot in the grief. That can be absolutely guaranteed. So make sure that you're respecting that they're on their own grief spot, you're on your own grief spot, not trying to cross the lines in between. Doing so can get really mean, disruptive, violent, painful. It's a lot of good terms we could throw into that one, but everyone's got to grieve their own way. Everyone's got to go through their own bits. Ayana, sorry. Good to see you. Glad you stuck it out. Father of Cups for you today with the Ace of Swords on the bottom side. Strong emotional currents. Emotional conversation is definitely in the plus. Sometimes we got to use the guiding light in the right way, right? Like we've got questions, but questions come from curiosity, and curiosity itself is a burning of energy. So there is some light and some radiance that comes from each person in each flow. Allow yourself to use your own radiance to open up some things and open up some flows and open up some processes so that you can see yourself enhancing to a new stage and new format. But it's you. You're creating the steam. You're creating the flow. You're creating the understanding. This way it can be designed in your language and in your format and actually worked in a way that you are comfortable with. Magnolia, you can always ask a question. I am totally cool with that. Vinny wants a card. We'll run through those two. If anybody else wants to sneak in, Nina on the last line. Now is your time. So Magnolia, when your question comes in, I'm closing the door. Perfect, it came in. I'm good, Nina, thank you. Nina. Just doing up the last few here. Vinny. Anna. You're on the pursuit, and you're looking for the pursuit for, I think, more validation than it is information. You just got to trust what you believe. Trust your faith. Trust the faith. Vinny comes up with... Oh, you've been overworked today. You're done for now. Thank you. Yeah, I never thought there'd be a card deck I didn't like. Vinny, you're coming up with the Wheel of Fortune. A lot of people and readers like to say that this is all about letting fate guide you along your way and take you wherever you need to be. I don't trust that, though, because Jesus can't handle my wheel. I'm already in a tailspin. Therefore, you knowing the situation and you knowing the problem, you have to be the solution. Put your hands on the wheel, guide yourself out of the spin, put yourself where you want to be. You want to be a poet, go hang out with the poets. You want to be on the football team, go get on the football team and hang out with people at practice. Put yourself where you want to see yourself develop into, and by that placement, you can expand yourself to better format, better state, better nature of being. Good luck. Nina, coming up too. I've got the 3 of Swords on the surface with the 7 of Swords in the background. The background's the bottom card from the deck, usually what the whole deck and theme is all about. In the case of the 7 of Swords, we're seeing the wolf in sheep's clothing. Sometimes, how do you rebuild trust on people after they've been absolute peckerheads in your lifetime? And that's what I think the 3 of Swords is trying to tell us for you. There's a matter of mistrust of both your emotions and other people when they are displaying emotions. You're not quite sure how to respond to it, how to format it, and how to relate to it. You're right. Emotions are absolutely a chess piece that are doing really well on the chessboard in most cases because they tug fast and they tug hard. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be, though. Just because it is emotional manipulation doesn't mean that it's going to stop. In fact, until we stop having mothers, it's never going to stop. And so learning the nature of the game so that you can remove yourself out of it is more the case. You have to get yourself to a point that you can see the emotions without being moved by them. That's tricky when you've already got a knife in your heart, though. So focus on that knife in the heart first. Focus on that sense of separation, disconnect, or disruption. Once you've got that knife figured out, then you can start moving things in a way that's even better. And that way you can move and evolve yourself in the right way, in the right format, in the right style. Take your time with it. Chris Alvin, I am all wrapping up. Shoot me the message in a message. Shoot me the question in a message. It's okay, Willow. Shoot me a message, though. I'm sorry, Mother. It did glitch out, Vinny. So I'll have to pull that up for you. And yeah, yours was Wheel of Fortune. Take control, take guidance. It'll be up on the repost once I get it back onto YouTube. And so once it's on YouTube, everything will be fine. Louisa, Alex, shoot me it as a message. Or catch me next week. Next week is also an option. Nina, you're on next week. I'm so sorry. Ashley, UNT, you're going to have to ask about it next week. Magnolia, enjoying a quick chuckle. I bet you are. Career. There it is. Nina got in on the 3 of Swords. Magnolia, we're finishing it off with you. Will my manager leave the company? That's a nice question. I like that question. Because you're asking about another person, but it really does feel like you're asking about yourself and your situation without that manager. That is the core of it, right? That's the part that affects you. And that's the thing. With reading, you're always looking for how is the person being affected? How are they being moved? Because that's where you can start working on guidance and direction with the person rather than trying to drive them off. Before I run into this, on Facebook, Lopic Magic House. On YouTube, Lopic Magic House. On TikTok, Lopic Magic House. Guess what? You Lopic Magic House anywhere, you will probably run into me. The replay for this TikTok will be, TikTok Live will be on YouTube by tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. It usually takes 24 hours because downloading 3-hour TikToks is a pain in the butt. And if I missed your question when it was thrown out, shoot me a message. Shoot me a message. I don't want to leave you abandoned. I don't want to leave you high and dry, but it takes time to do each and every single one, and so I'm going to have to catch up with the rest of you on the evening. Back to you, Magnolia. It's about harmonization and balance. On the surface card, we've got the two of stones. In the background, we've got the magician. Magician indicates you and manager, maybe both, maybe one or the other. Both of you have a great versatility and skill that can be applied to other elements either within the same field or in other fields. And so this change here becomes a question of where do you go and how do you get pulled? Do you get pulled along with the individual that you have this rapport and have this build up with and have this dynamic with? Do you try to take over the position and demonstrate what you've learned and what you've grown? Or do you look and see where else you can apply yourself? Because obviously there's a tone of this business coming through from the very top, and we're not sure if we like it 100%. It's not bad, but this is corporate America, right? This is corporate world, North America. Corporate dynamics always come down to one shade of politics, 2 shades of who you know, and then half a shade of what you can do. And that's the problem. That's why productivity is crap right now. None of us are actually productive. We just like hanging out with our buddies. And that's no way to really run a business. Remember this as you're making your decisions. You have the skill set. Do the people around you have the skill set to meet your needs and match your level? If not, you're running through it alone. You're running through it solo. If you'd rather do it with somebody, which I think is the name of the game, look for where you can go to be with that somebody and do with that somebody. That's going to be the best outcome for you, Magnolia. Get free. Get free. I try. Thanks, Magnolia. Sorry, Brian and Sophisticated Lady, I just finished up. So shoot me the messages if you want in direct pings, and we can answer it there. Magnolia, I don't miss corporate. I don't miss working private. I miss none of it. My dynamic now is phenomenal, if not frustrating, and it all does really come down to how much I actually elbow grease myself. And that is my ultimate come down to. How much do you want to sell yourself? And if I was actually sure I could get a nickel for every person that passed by, yeah, I'd be on a street corner. But I can't fetch that high of a price. I know what's up. And so I got to find other ways to finesse that out of the system. But it's finesse. It's finesse. Divination is fun. I like divining. It opens an opportunity to teach. Teach is what I really, really love. And so I'll do private lessons. I'll do private groups. I'll do lots of private biddles. But you're third, not fourth at least. But I joke. All jokes.
But you're not.
What? I never looked that close. I swear I never looked that close. I just had a heart attack. I was rambling. Yes, teaching. Teaching's the way I love to do, because then it's empowering of people to make the decisions, the choices, and the improvements on their own. They can take that and go whatever way they want with it. Spirituality is an opportunity for you to perceive life from itself. My life mission with spirituality is to learn how to define things and redefine things so that we can have a translation between all parties and all formats. That's all I want to teach. And if I could pull that off, I'd be happy. Instead, I'm back into payment processing. Well, I shouldn't say back into, but I've gotten into payment processing. So I'll sell people a point of sale machine and the ability to do business in Canada in such a manner that's cheaper than going with Moneris TD or Global Payments, thereby saving a person potentially 60 to 70% of their own personal bill that they could then reinvest back into hiring new people, upgrading their belongings, property, or other bits. Opportunity. Running businesses, just like I always used to do for corporate. So I don't dislike corporate. It's stable, it's secure, it's not having to push yourself in that same format and that same style. But it has a ceiling based upon the company and the people that you keep, and therein lies the problem. It's not your ability, and it can't ever be about your ability in corporate. It's always got to be about who you know, and how long have you stood there, and do we like you, and all those weird things that aren't really productive but create the right work environment. And I hate to say it, but politics and networking is the only way to get a good work environment. Good work environment, good productivity. They may be the opposite ends of the scale on that one. As much as it sucks, it just seems to be where we get hung up. Anyway, thanks everybody for coming out and enjoying the show. It is always a treat to serve and read for you guys whenever I get the chance to. Next week, so I leave in 3 weeks. I'll leave in 3 weeks, and at some point here I'm going to just try and be online for like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours at some point here. But what I really need in the month of July is for everybody to come in and like a few of my videos while I'm away, because I won't be able to do any lives starting about June 23rd until August 3rd, 4th, give or take. Might sneak in for 1 or 2, but I really don't want to burn the data usage. I've only got a few. Well, I've got a few gigs, so I might get a little bit in there, but I won't be able to stream this is a 4-hour stream. It would kill almost the entire amount right there. Yeah, therein lies the catch. So, hang out in the short term, watch me go crazy and manic and framble it all back together in the last few minutes here. And then, next week, next Thursday, we'll do it all again. Wherever you go, wherever you are, be safe, be well, and goodbye for now.